freaking love this music. Hey, YouTube. We're live in the park at Echo Park. This is our sixth time here. Echo Park 6.
Meltzer?
Love me some triplets, oh yeah. So I'm Dolly, and I'm here with Reed Nicewander. Love that frickin' music.
Sounds familiar.
For the last 4 years, every time I hear that last little bit, I'm ready to pay attention for 20 or 30 minutes and just be delighted. Anyway, so today I'm ready to pay attention for 4 hours or so, and potentially be quite delighted. We don't have an interlocutor yet. We did have a lady walk by and said she's going to check us out on her round trip. We are at Echo Park, about 5 kilometers. Okay, downtown is that way, and I'm pointing southeast. South is that way. Downtown Los Angeles, about 5 kilometers that way, about an hour's walk. And this is a very man-made lake and has a walking trail around it that is measured mile long, I understand. So, and then of course, as you see, swan boats. But if you've seen any other things, you'll be quite familiar with the location, the whole swan boat thing. All right. I wonder if there's anyone on. Yes, indeed. So if there's anyone in Discord who would like to talk with us in between interlocutors while we're waiting for somebody to come by for an interview, we have a way we can chop it up a little bit. There's a 24-question test that Ben Diesel, an SE practitioner from South Africa, wrote back in 2018 that Nathan Ferguson, also known as Abstract Activist, has been using quite a lot in his practice, where he doesn't so much ask for a person for a claim, but simply addresses the question of how do they come to knowledge, addresses their epistemology directly by asking them questions about how they see truth in the world and things like that, in order to plumb their epistemology without them having to come up with a claim. There's 24 questions. Yeah, you'll do the survey. I would love for you to, let's see, I think I'll pop to the 3 vertical view. There we go. If we put Scott up between us and talk to him about the 24-question survey.
I don't want to show Cameron. Hold on.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we hear you well.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay. So I think this survey has been automated-ish, so I don't have to go look it up. These are going to be 24 questions about truth. Reed, I don't need to monologue this, but if you jump in anytime you like on it.
I'm sharing our streams to the Street Epistemology Facebook and Twitter and Facebook group.
Nice, thank you. Yeah, I vape too. And I just wait till not on camera to do it. Or at least not directly on camera. Sometimes you see me off in the distance doing my little vape pen. So when we are ready for question 1, I will probably see that come up in the live show text, or maybe even up on the screen. Is that going to be in the custom claim? Indeed. So Scott, have you been into street epistemology much? I'm not sure I've met you before.
I actually got the first book many years ago and I spoke with the ACA about it, and they thought it was a good thing. It's kind of still on my bookshelf. I've read like a couple of chapters, and that's about it. I've been following Reed and other SE YouTubers, content creators, like all that entire time, ever since that book was published.
Wow. Okay, so you've been in this
yeah.
as long as I have.
I imagine so. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah. Water. Sure.
She remembers.
Where's the survey?
Is it right there?
It
I
is.
think it's going to come up in the chat.
It's on the screen at the moment.
Oh, is it?
I guess we can move the water into place now.
Yeah, I got.
Now I see it.
My local group. There was a member of my local group that bought the book for our entire group, and a lot of people were just kind of like, "What is it?" And I was like, "Oh, I'll take it because that's just how I do." And like something free, I'll grab that. Yeah, and I honestly struggle with reading. I have a learning disability called dysgraphia, and so like it's just effort to read.
Indeed. Well, I have something of a solution for that in that I have summarized. Okay, first of all, I haven't summarized that book yet. I've summarized the next book, which I actually think is a better book. It's shorter and it's more to the point. It's better edited, and it loses a couple of things like insisting on a definition of faith, which is something that irked me. Although I don't know if it irked me at the time. It's irked me since. But anyway, I've summarized these in a 6-session book club that were live streamed, and I'm currently re-recording those specifically for the SE podcast. So this is a summary of the next book, read out over about 3.5 hours.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, so that's hopefully helpful. I bet there's also a book.
When are you gonna?
I haven't actually hit that one up.
Yeah, I imagine that there is. Yeah, when are you gonna publish that or?
The live streams that were the SE Book Club were published about 2 months ago, and they are the Wednesday live stream for about 6 weeks running. And then the SE podcast one is in production right now. I have recorded 1 out of the 6, and I'm also planning to have a bunch of people cameo in and read some of the readings from within the book and insert that in. Right now I recorded it with myself reading, but I intend to cameo some people in. So that's probably 3 to 4 weeks to get all that done, just because there's a lot of coordination with anybody who wants to play.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
We should also make a playlist with a book club.
Is my co-writer. So yeah, we summarized it. That's Troublemaker and myself summarized it.
Dollar, we should put everything in a playlist and have that ready to share, actually. That's a good idea.
Yeah. So if y'all can't hear, my producer is whispering in my ear that I should put that onto a playlist. Oh, you were audible. Great. So they heard you. Okay. On this survey, my resolution isn't sufficient to read it.
Real quick.
So would somebody else read the question? First one.
I'll read it.
There it is. Truth is that which best matches external reality. Now, these questions we like on a 5-point scale, like from strongly disagree to strongly agree with a neutral in the middle kind of thing. So, Scott, where do you stand on truth is that which best matches external reality?
Truth is that which best matches external reality. I feel strongly on that. I mean, I definitely will give it a smiley face, but not like in a super laughy face. I guess,
Okay,
yeah, right there.
very good.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. So I'm gonna cruise through these and probably not stop, but we'll come back.
Okay.
If that's good with you, yes?
Yeah, that's fine.
And you can have as much commentary on it as you like, and I'm mostly not going to ask you questions until we come back through the second time. The second one is people experience the same reality and only interpret it differently.
Oh, did you want me to? Did you want me to answer that?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, for the same one, same again.
Okay, same again. All right. Question 3. Truth depends on the opinions and beliefs of people.
I'll do a 2.
Okay. Number 4. People create words and define their meaning.
4.
4. Something is true if everyone agrees that it is true.
I'm gonna give that one the grumpy face, number 1 there. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Strong belief, even without action, can change external reality.
I'll give that a 2.
Okay. So I'm just taking a break a fourth of the way. And Reed, have you heard any of these that spark your interest? Any of these answers that are outside of your expectations?
I've been half paying attention.
Okay,
Sorry.
I have not yet. So far, I have no questions.
Yeah, like, is this how Nathan does it? Doesn't Nathan like?
Yeah. There's a 2-pass. Nathan does it in 2 passes. He goes through it with them the first time and has kind of little talk, and then he ends up, and sometimes he hands it to them and they do it themselves.
Oh, it's like you usually have them fill it out themselves.
Yeah, and I'm a little uncertain about all this because I've heard him talk about it different ways. In any case, it's a go through it once and then go talk about some of the specific ones where I find myself divergent from you, so maybe I can learn from you, or I would, maybe we'll come together on it, or maybe we'll change our understanding of what the words are supposed to say. Something like that. So, question 7.
Oh, do you want? I didn't know if you wanted to read it or.
There it was. I didn't see that it was up there. Some beliefs should not be questioned. That's question 7.
I'll give that a neutral one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So my first note that I'm going to come back to is number 7.
Okay.
Number 8. Someone can be certain of a thing and yet be mistaken.
That's definitely number 4.
Okay. 9. It's bad when someone doubts their beliefs.
I'll give that a 2.
Okay. And 10. If all members of a society share a belief, they are justified to hold that belief. And
I feel like that goes.
If you're confused about the term justification in this case, you can tell me what you think it means. I'll accept that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna tie that back to the previous question and give that a 1.
Okay, so I think that previous. That would be tying it back to question 3. 2 depends on the opinions and beliefs of people.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The question 5.
No. Oh, it was question 5. Something is true if everyone agrees to it. Yeah. Okay. So 3, 5. Yeah. All right. Yeah. That's good point there. Okay. So question 11. Believing something that is false feels just like believing something that is true.
I would give that a smiley face, like the big number 5. I'd give that a number 5.
Okay. Feelings, number 12. Feelings are a reliable way to discover truth.
I'll honestly give that one a neutral one.
All right.
And we'll go into it later.
Sure. And in this case, neutral doesn't bring a question, but I'm happy to bring it back to you. So I'll make a note if you want to, so that we can go back. And so I'll put a little green check mark next to that one. Believing something without evidence is admirable.
I'll give that a 1.
Okay. Oof. Boy, you just don't believe that faith is a virtue, I hear. That's what I'm hearing. 14. It is important to know where we came from and what happens after death.
Shots fired.
Yeah, shots fired.
I'll give that a 5.
That it is important to know where we came from and what happens after death? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to put a little thing back on that. All right. Number 15. Believing something that is false is okay if it gives you comfort.
I'll give that one a neutral.
Okay. Number 16. I give all claims the benefit of the doubt when I first encounter them.
I'll give that one a neutral too.
Okay. Number 17. Someone is justified in their beliefs until they are proven wrong. Again, with the word justified, I will let you tell me what you think it means. If there's any confusion about that.
Well, I'm just gonna read it on face value, like however it comes to me.
Okay.
And then maybe we can dive into that if.
Yeah, I find myself that the term justified in philosophy is overlapping with, but not coincident with the way it's used in regular English.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to go with whatever version you have.
We'll give that a 4, I guess.
Okay. Number 18. The most important criteria for my beliefs is that they match reality.
I'm gonna give that one a neutral. Because yeah, we're just gonna. Yep.
All right. So by neutral, I would say that it may be one of the important beliefs, but it is not necessarily rank 1. Maybe, but
yeah,
we can ask that after. You can tell me as you like. Okay. Number 19. I often investigate beliefs that do not match my own.
4.
Okay. Number 20. I am comfortable with saying I don't know.
5.
Nice. Number 21. It is beneficial to find out when I am wrong about something.
5++.
Yes, indeed. All right. 22. I will abandon a belief if I discover reliable information that falsifies it.
It was 5. Yeah. Oh no! Well, yeah, I was being.
Yeah, we probably don't have room for a 6, but I can acknowledge that you say 6, and okay. Yeah, in this case, I think contextually it would be 6, not 1. Okay. Number 22. I will abandon a belief if I discover reliable information that falsifies it.
I'm going to give that a 2.
Ah, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. You knew there was going to be a okay. Number 23. I look for more information before I accept something as true.
I'll give that a neutral or 3, please. Yeah.
A 3? Okay, that's fine. Number 24. It is possible that some of my beliefs are not true.
Oh, that's a 5. Yeah.
Okay, very good. All right, so I'm going to scroll back here. And the first one that I had, that I put a note on was, oh, and by the way, anybody else in the room may absolutely put notes on here. And if you want to talk about one of these things, you are welcome to come in and verbal and all that kind of thing. This doesn't have to be a strictly dialogue. This isn't like a strict one-on-one. Number 7, some beliefs should not be questioned. And okay, I don't see it clearly enough. Could you tell me what the score was on number 7?
3. It was neutral.
3, neutral. So some beliefs should not be questioned. I would think if you're in a 3, you would say that maybe it's close. That maybe the beliefs that most should not be questioned are maybe close to that standard. Or where does your neutrality? Where does your 3 come in?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can certainly see where, like axioms or beliefs that shouldn't be questioned, right?
Okay. Okay.
But on the other side, I'm kind of like,
go ahead.
But on the other side, but I just really think that we should question everything.
Okay, good. So can you give me an example of a belief that is right close to that shouldn't be questioned line? You said axioms, and so I have several examples. Like, it's axiomatic that I may not castle after I've moved my king in chess.
Right.
So, if I agree to play the game of chess, I shouldn't, while playing a game of chess, question that. But I think outside an actual game, I think it's perfectly appropriate to question whether the rules of chess are the best or whether you'd want a modified version of chess. So I can give you an example in both cases where during a game you should not question it. Outside the game, I think maybe you should.
Well, yeah.
Or be willing.
I mean, yeah. If you want to go into variance and whatnot, yeah, because it's a chess game. I mean, if you're not playing chess, it's no longer axiomatic, right? So, like, it's
right.
Yeah. So yeah,
like I've seen games of Chess 960 where they do a big setup difference, and there's 960 different starting positions or something, and that's not chess. That's Chess 960, but many of the rules are the same. So I think it's perfectly okay to have what?
Or Chemes, like
Chemes,
like Daniel Dennett says.
Chemes. Oh, yeah, that's a a slight version of chess that's different. Yes, indeed. Okay, so let me skip forward and tell me if you have more thoughts about this. I mostly want to ask you questions, and I want to hear everything.
Okay.
So the next one I have,
yeah, I think that's good. I think that we're good with 7.
Okay. Okay. Number 12. Feelings are a reliable way to discover truth, and FK says that's a 3. If I were to set the bar of reliability low, like it's better than 50-50, it's a 60% reliable way. Would you agree that feelings are 60% reliable?
Say that again.
That feelings are reliable more often than not. It's a very low standard for reliability. You could bet that way, but it's only just better than an even bet.
Yeah, and I think that by biology confirms that, that
Mm-hmm.
kind of that, we have our heuristics and our rules of
Mm-hmm.
thumb, and with low probability, stuff, it works very well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
in more complicated situations, it doesn't.
Yeah. So that's I think a very good reason to be neutral is in terms of where you came to that. All right, number 14. It is important to know where we came from and what happens after death. I think you said 5.
You did,
5.
yeah.
So, yeah. So what leads you to think that it's important for me to know? Why is it important for me to know?
Because knowledge is important.
Okay.
Knowing things is important. Yeah, I don't think. If there is something there, it's good to know it. I don't think that it's discoverable.
Okay.
I don't think that it's knowable. But
Okay.
if there is something there, we should know.
Okay. Is it more important than other things in my life here? Like, is it more important that I know about my afterlife than it is about whether I have eggs in the fridge?
That
I'm trying to pick
depends.
something
It
that's sort
depends.
of trivial but testable.
Yeah, I think it depends, right? So, like, if the afterlife claim dynamically shifts the environment of life, like, for example, we'll just, if it dynamically shifts life, then it's important to know that. I'm not sure how the afterlife can affect regular life, but yeah, I think it's important.
Uh-huh. Well, some theories of the afterlife have a profound effect on this life because they require refraining from some behaviors and engaging in some behaviors in order to achieve a good result.
Right, correct.
Whether Christians say it's faith and works or not, it's still there's a strong requirement for some kind of actions. So it's at least as important as whether I should conform myself to those actions, I think. Anyway, thank you. Let's see. Number 15. Believing something false that is false is okay if it gives you comfort. I think you were neutral on that one.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
struggle with this one.
Yeah, it's the noble lie, I think. Is something that is wrong, that is not harmful, for you to treat it as wrong, a better thing. And one of my favorite examples of that is a loaded weapon. I assume it's loaded until I am really, really certain that it isn't. I need better than 99% confidence in order that it is unloaded before I will treat it as if it is unloaded, because the downside is so great compared to the upside of. You follow? It's
Yeah, certainly.
a false negative is extremely dangerous in that case.
Deadly, even.
Yeah. So, yeah, deadly. Yeah. So that's my example. And the thing is, it's not that I actually believe it's loaded. I might 90% believe it is not loaded, but I conform my actions to as if it is. So that's an example of a noble lie in action, but maybe not in actual belief. So anyway, I love the whole noble lie discussion, and if you have some thoughts on that, I'd love to hear them.
Yeah,
Yes?
I like. I've always been fond of like magic and illusion more specifically, and in those cases, you're generally kind of telling a story and you're using tricks to entertain, really. But there's that there's that facade there that you've put up, and I've just always liked that.
Okay.
It's like playing roulette, not Russian roulette, but like actual roulette. But like if you land on a certain number, you get shot. It's like I wouldn't want to play that game, but it's like we proportion our concern about the level of consequences, even though it's an extremely rare thing that could happen. So like with the gun, it's like some random person could like load the gun without me looking. That's a super rare, potential thing that could happen. But that's just so extremely consequential that we just keep checking and always keep concerned there for potential, rare circumstances happening.
Yeah.
So it's not like we lie to ourselves. It's that we just have concern about super low probability events that could potentially happen, even though they're low probability.
I'm also very aware that unless we get a calculator out, we humans completely suck at evaluating low probability events.
Yeah,
we are so bad at it. Now, some of us are much worse at it than others. I've got some friends that are statistically challenged beyond recognition and are unable to proportionate what it means to have a one in a million chance on your life, and so it's scary. By the way, a 1 in a million chance is smoking 0.7 of a cigarette.
Okay.
So, you take 5 1 millions if you go scuba diving, 7 1 millions if you go skydiving. So diving is bad. That diving is dangerous. Whatever kind of diving. Anyway. Okay. Someone is justified in their beliefs until they are proven wrong. And I forget what your answer was on that.
I can see 4.
You can see 4? Okay, good. So, tell me what justified means to you. Am I justified in the belief that I'm holding a timer?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And you probably are too, because you see some physical evidence of me holding a timer.
Yeah.
So
certainly.
What does it take to be justified in a belief?
It takes evidence.
Okay. If I have the testimonial evidence that Kimberly thinks she remembers that there was ice in the freezer. So my evidence is testimonial evidence and her evidence is qualified. Am I justified in believing that there's ice in the freezer?
I mean, you are, but it depends on. I mean, if she was blind or something, then no. But or maybe like she couldn't sense ice. Let's just put it that way. Then no. But I mean, otherwise, yeah. It's a low probability. It's a low probability kind of thing.
Exactly. So if Kimberly says she saw it, I would immediately have about a 95% confidence, sigma 2. If she says, I think I remember, I would have a confidence of about sigma 1, which means I'm wrong once in 3, something like that. Sigmas are just the way I proportion my own confidence. So sorry if that jargon gets in the way, but basically that's like a 66% or so, 65% confidence. And my confidence would rise as my information gets better, that kind of thing. So I think justification is a very low bar. I think justification is having any evidence at all that leans to that conclusion. And I think the problem with that kind of justification is a small amount of evidence, especially that can be easily wrong, easily misinterpreted, easily misremembered, miscommunicated, however, all the ways it can be wrong. is a good reason to believe a thing, but only to a low confidence. And I think the error that we make is assigning a very high confidence to something that has only low confidence justification. So
yeah, and
as
it's
long
hard
as long as somebody's not holding a high confidence on the thing, I completely agree that people are justified in their beliefs until they have countering evidence.
Correct. I think it is a little bit challenging to, once you have confidence in something, I think it's challenging to parse out high confidence and low confidence sometimes in your head or in one's head.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, I've had to work quite hard over the last 10, 15 years. I guess really 13 years. I think I became an atheist in somewhere between 07 and 08. It was a process. And since then, I have been continuing to try to refine my understanding of confidence and beliefs, because prior to that, my epistemology was very, very broken, and my belief could fall clack on one side of the scale. It didn't have a good float in the middle kind of space. I had to fill that in. Okay, and the last one that I had a note on was 22. I will abandon a belief if I discover reliable information that falsifies it. And I think you said 2.
I'm just stubborn.
Yeah, totally. It's okay. And this kind of thing would, if somebody said 5, I would say, really? Because you're better than me, you know? I am way not perfect at that. I find 2, I mean, less than medium. Is this something where when you find reliable information, you are stubborn to abandon a belief? It's difficult for you to shift?
Yeah.
Or is it a...
Yeah,
okay.
I struggle with shifting. I get emotionally tied sometimes, and
yeah, me too.
Yeah, I really sometimes I just need a good friend to like kick me in the head, like that's.
Yeah, Etsy is good for that.
Dolly, we successfully baited Nathan into the stream.
Ha 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 ha! We got Nathan into the stream. Hello, Nathan. Okay, so well, thank you for doing the survey with me.
Yeah, no worries.
I think I understand you better. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I do what I can. I gotta go check on my new computer though, so I'm gonna let you guys go.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Thanks.
Yeah. So, abstract. Can you see the survey that that he just did and his answers?
Put a link somewhere. Did we do that right, Nathan? I think we did.
Maybe. And so my question for Nathan is, when you look at his answers, which of these interest you to speak about further, and what kind of things would you say?
I showed up at the very end, so I missed the whole interview. But I did hear number 17.
I'm actually leaning into that.
Okay.
You did hear 17. Okay. I'm leaning into that you
17.
haven't heard it, because just based on the responses, I'm interested in which responses tickle your curiosity.
Feelings are a reliable way to discover truth. That's an interesting one. That's highlighted right now. Maybe that's why my eyes caught that one. 17, I think, is usually the one that invokes the most wonder in a lot of the people that I talk with. Someone's justified in their beliefs until they're proven wrong. There's lots of different ways to like break that one down or think about that one.
Someone is right. For anybody who's just listening, 17 is someone is justified in their beliefs until they're proven wrong, and I think his response was neutral. Number 3.
It was 4. It looks like he. Is that agree? Slightly agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Slightly agree. Yes. So for all these, I love to pose questions. So let's say a third party comes into our conversation and they're using this principle to come to a conclusion. Could they, like, what could potential problems arrive if they are using this principle? Could they conclude something that's not true by using this principle? If they use this principle almost entirely,
if they take high confidence,
like let's say they say something is true. Let's say they say something is true that both of us don't think is true at all. Like, could someone believe in mermaids, for example, and believe so because number 17 here, that they're justified in saying that there are mermaids until there are until there are proven to be no mermaids out there in the world. But you can hang
around with a lot of woo-woo people, and they had that opinion a lot. And usually then they would say, "Oh, and I'm an empath, and I can tell what your emotions are more than you can."
Them's woo-woo. I find that 17 is pretty powerful for a lot of people. It's probably my favorite one on the entire survey. And 18, I've had people with outstandingly reliable epistemology surprise me on 18. Saying
18,
things
for those
that
not listening is the most important criteria for my beliefs is that they match reality. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I just put an outsider test.
I think I lost Nathan.
If somebody else came here, I think there's a little bit of a delay maybe. But if somebody else came here and they said that it's not the most important thing for their beliefs to match the reality that we share, then what would happen if there was a dispute between us? If they are believing in their side of a dispute because they have some ulterior motive for their beliefs rather than their beliefs matching reality, then how would we resolve disputes with that person? Is it possible?
Is it possible to... Oh, wow. So anytime you disagree with somebody, if you don't have your truth attached to reality, you would just be blocked, or it'd be almost impossible to resolve those disputes.
It might make it far more difficult.
There isn't a standard by which you can check. Okay.
Like, you're both wearing masks right now. So, like, for example, I just talked to somebody this morning who was saying that smoking is bad, but we don't outlaw smoking. And for the same reason, we shouldn't force people to wear masks.
Right.
Is what the argument was. Though
masks aren't for your protection; they're for other people's.
Right. Right. There's a lot of different things we could say to that, I suppose. But like, do we have laws? Like, I mean, I'm kind of changing the subject. I'm trying not to change the subject. But like, let's say somebody says masks don't block the virus.
No, go ahead.
Let's say that's what they're saying. Masks don't generally block the virus or protect it from you or others. The fact that would either match or not match,
I think that would be an extremely valid point if they had data.
Right. So
indeed, indeed, I think that is the principal question.
This is definitely a road you can go down. Great work, guys. Yeah, cool. I love the survey. I can't wait to put the new rewritten
thank you.
Version on here.
Yeah, we want those.
They're on the Discord.
Yeah, FP
It just
wants
needs
that a
to
lot.
be uploaded to an online version. Oh, sure. More than happy to.
Thank you.
I find the question number 22 very, very interesting. Can you hear me?
Okay, for those
Yeah.
of you just listening, 22 is, yes, I will abandon a belief if I discover reliable information that falsifies it. Go ahead.
Yeah, and he said he disagrees with that, right? I think the second number 2 is disagree, and that goes contrary to some of the the other things that he said. Like, I'm comfortable with saying I don't know, or is it beneficial for me find out when I'm wrong about something. He strongly agrees with that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he doesn't want to abandon.
Yeah, and he clearly said that this was a failing. This was a fault that he was working on.
Mm-hmm.
So he believes he should, but isn't good at follow through.
Very honest with himself.
Which I really appreciate the clarity and honesty. I think his intention would be something more like 4.
Mm-hmm. That he has to. He admits that right now he's just not so willing to abandon beliefs. Yeah. So if I wanted to do this for myself as well, do I have to score this on how I am right now, how I would like to be, or what I think, generally people should or like?
I think you could answer it from any of those perspectives, and it would be helpful if we knew if we knew whether this was, your actual performance, your current intention, or your future aspiration. It'd be cool to know. And I'd be happy to hear the answers in any case.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Can you go to Kialo and set up a discussion? Or should I do that?
I'm sorry, does Leo want to do the survey now, or are we doing the Kialo discussion?
I'd like to beta test the game show.
Okay. Is that good with you, Leo?
Yeah, we can do that some other time if you want, Devin.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to beta test a little game show. This isn't going to take very long, maybe 15, 20 minutes. And this is something that Reed is considering setting up perhaps for his own channel or its own thing. Or, well, we're not really sure. We want to try it out, see what happens. So, would you like the seat? Would that help? Do you need any control of the system that you would like?
No, not good.
Okay.
You're good.
I'll just sit here and be on this side of the table.
Okay, I made a Kialo link.
Okay. For those listening, Kialo is a site, K-A-I-L-O, is that right?
K-I-A-L-O.
K-I-A-L-O.
Hello.
Hi there. Yeah, we're doing interviews with you and anybody on most any topic you like. We have some suggested topics there, but you can bring it.
Yeah.
And street epistemology is where we hear you out, and we try not to argue from an alternate position.
Oh, interesting.
We try to hear you out completely and understand your reasons, your own reasons, and how you process data, how you come to learn things, all that kind of thing. And then see if you think that your confidence is in line with your own reasoning.
That's super cool, man.
Yeah. Would you like to...
nice concept. Well, I'm with my son right now. I don't want to...
That's fine. Come on around whenever you're ready.
For sure.
Thank you.
How long? When are you guys here?
We're going to be here for another 3 hours. And we are here on Tuesdays and Fridays right now.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Until we start doing it somewhere else. We're kind of bouncing around a little.
No, it's a really cool idea. I like that.
Thank you.
Cool.
Okay, Reed, go ahead.
Today, not today, then Tuesday, Thursday.
Tuesday and Friday.
Tuesday and Friday.
Okay. May I get the workflow up?
No, it's not a topic thing. I'll phone everything up.
Yeah. Those are suggested topics, and you may bring any that you like. Those are mostly to get people thinking and engaged.
Okay, I need two. Well, should we do the claim first and just see if we can find two people on the opposite sides, or should we have people just?
I think without a claim, they don't know how to respond. So I think we have to have one of those first.
Okay, so let's post 3 to 5 claims, and we'll see if we have the ability to poll people if they agree or disagree with the claim, either strongly or just even slightly disagree.
Do you have claims you're drawing from?
No.
Okay, so we do want to come up with 3 to 5 claims, and then hope that enough people vote on opposing sides that the small side has enough representation to play the game, which I think is something like 2 people right now.
How about this? You go ahead.
Oh, he would like me to do that. I'm happy to do that. All right. Well, we have a game show idea where we bring up several claims. It's a little. We are not going to use the word family or feud in this description at all. I promise. Anyway, we will put up several claims, and then let people do a straw poll. Maybe this is with reactions on the. I'm letting FK deal with that part of it. But the point is, people tell us whether they agree or disagree with the claim. And if we get enough people on both sides, that the small side has at least, I think it's 2 people we're going to try for right now, then those, the true and the false go into their own conference. And then we'd like those teams to come up with reasons, up to 5, why their side is true, why their side is correct. True, false. Why their side is the correct one, and then we would like to then have their representatives come up and tell us those reasons, describe them. Additionally, each team would come up with the steelman reasons they think the other side is going to bring up. So bring up your own list of reasons, up to 5, and then bring up what you think the other team would bring up as their reasons. And then based upon those matchings, we have a point system, which is in flux. Basically, if you can manage to avoid logical fallacies, that's a plus. And if you manage to give a reason that closely matches a reason on the other side, there's bonus points, things like that. So that's the basic idea of it. This isn't any kind of a strong competition because teams are ad hoc. There's no accumulated score over time, and we're not really counting all that much, but the point system is just there in order to,
keep track.
Yeah, keep track. It's also to align the incentives. We want people to give the best reasons they think of, and also try to imagine the best reasons that the other side would think of. It's a steelmanning practice.
Okay, people, you have 2 claims in the text chat. Vote with thumbs up or thumbs down if you have a position on those claims.
Okay, so I have 2 thumbs up on most jobs will eventually be automated. I suppose I should not vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not allowed to be one of the participants, so I will keep my thumbs to myself.
Reed can be the host, you can be a participant. If we don't get a disagreeing side.
Sure.
Sure, okay. So I'll go ahead and vote in here.
We have disagreeing sides on claim number 2.
We have already people disagreeing. Cool.
Yeah,
Yes.
we have 1 down, 3 up on claim 2.
And
We
claim
have
3.
1 down, 1 up on claim 3.
Cool.
Wow, I don't even have thumb down in my
Options.
in my frequently used. I'm just not a very thumbs downy kind of guy. So I got to go look it up. Where's the thumbs down? Boom, there it is.
Leo, can you change your 100 reaction to a thumbs up? Let's stick to thumbs up and down, so it's easy to manage.
Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to see like a live result of maybe like a straw poll link or something. That would be cool.
Well, I mean, I see it right here in the link.
I can tell you if you want.
Oh, I see.
Reed can decide when we're done with the voting. I think we are. Do you want me to announce the results?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. The unsure option, the thing is you'd have to pick. We were going to give a 5-point scale, but the thing is we still were dividing you into 2 teams arbitrarily, but from the middle on the one side of the other. So this is not necessarily that you are really sure of your position, but if you can even lean to one side enough that you could clearly present it, even if you're unsure, you could just pick a side and argue for it and then give the steel man to the other side. It isn't. We're not actually asking you to strongly argue for or against, just to give the reasons in the steel man. It's the very beginning of what the debate would be.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so claim number 1. Most jobs will be eventually automated. We have 3 thumbs up, so no opposition there. On the last claim, aliens have visited Earth. We have 3 thumbs down, so no positions there as well. Claim 4, healthcare should be a human right. We have 4 thumbs up, and 5-ish, 5 now.
5, 4, 5, 4, 5, but no down.
Okay, we have 2 sides on the claim 2 and 3, which are all college debt should be forgiven, and claim 3, eating animals is ethical. In claim number 2, Reading downvoted the real Reading, and upvotes we have from Dolly, Edison, Troublemaker, and Archangel. On claim number 3, eating animals is ethical, we have 1 downvote from Leo and 2 upvotes, 1 from Dolly and 1 for Reading. Which claim do you want to take for this first round?
Which one should we do? I guess it depends on who's open to being on video. Or I guess we'll just go with number 2. All college debt should be forgiven. It seems like most people respond to that.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I think we should shift to claim 3 because now we have 2 people on the minimum.
All right, let's do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should switch to eating animals. So that is ethical because we at least have 2 and 2. Okay, so how do I switch to talking to the people on the positive side, and how do the other 2 switch to speaking to the people on the negative side?
So I will guest everyone that voted, and we'll see if there's anyone that wants to appear on video. And then once we start on the, what was it called? On the first phase, which was reasoning.
If I hear the other side's reasoning, I would be not able to guess without knowledge as to the steel manning.
Oh, you voted?
Yeah, so
well, you can take off your headphones whenever.
I could. I'd be happy to take off my headphones.
And turn off the speaker.
Yeah, and turn off the speaker.
And I'll do that when we get to that point.
It's fine.
Okay.
I've got it right here.
Cover your ears.
Yeah.
Okay, so for now, I have to unmute Leo, Near, and Reading. Let's do that right now.
Hello, Leo, Near, and Reading.
Hello again.
Hey. Hello.
Oh, everybody's unmuted already.
I'm on the thumbs up side.
Okay, I guess we can start with Dolly's side. So what will happen is everyone that is not on Dolly's side which in this case is Leo and Nier, you'll be moved to a temporary room without the ability to rejoin until we're done, and you basically have to wait there until we're done. Okay.
Yeah.
And you can speak amongst yourselves and work out your reasoning while you're in there.
Wait, is
And
this like a
don't watch the
debate?
stream
or-
on any other
And
social
when we
media.
come back, what do we have to do?
No, this is just a reasons and Steelman. We're not going to actually try to figure out the answer to the question. We're just going to talk about the reasons and Steelman parting.
The game show is tentatively called Straw or Steel.
Yeah, straw or steel.
I'm sorry. So, are we supposed to be coming up with, I guess, arguments for
Reasons
what we believe or what we think the other side believes?
Both.
You're going to do both. You're going to give up to 5 reasons why you believe, and you're going to give up to 5 Steelman reasons that you think the other side will use.
Okay, so Nier and Leo, we'll talk to you shortly.
Okay.
Okay, Nier and Leo
So
are not able to hear us.
Leo and
So now we can discuss your sides.
Okay, so eating animals is ethical. Who am I speaking? Who's my teammate on this one?
Reading.
Redding. Hello, Redding.
Yeah.
Eating animals
Hey,
is
how you
ethical,
doing?
and you and me, barbecue boys, should stick together. And that's probably not a great reason. Tribalism.
You have up to 5 reasons.
Yes.
Up to 5 reasons.
Yeah. And feel free to
Well,
type them in. And
Oh
The
no, we
first
can't. We don't want to
reason-
type them in the live show text.
Oh yeah, don't type it in.
Because the
So-
others we can still see that. Go ahead.
So the first reason for our side has to be Peter Singer's own argument that because Peter Singer was a oh man, sorry, I'm just woken up, so my brain's still
Yeah,
kickstarting.
that's fine.
Yeah, he was a utilitarian. Thank you, Reed. And he stated that if the good outweighs the bad, then it is ethical or it's moral. So if you have a child or a population that can benefit from like health benefits, that then it would be ethical for them to eat meat.
Okay. So the health benefits, the nutritional health benefits of meat as a food source, make the cost-benefit ratio the ethical moral question in the positive.
Only for that specific population, though.
Okay, for that specific population for whom those benefits are significant.
Yes.
Okay.
So, like one good example is that there was a population in India where there was a large, like there was basically an epidemic of malnourishment and like growth stunting. And they added a little bit of dairy and they added a little bit of meat to the diet, and it completely reversed the growth stunting. And Peter Singer would say that.
Okay. Okay, good. So yeah, I concur. That's a great one.
What's the simplest way to drill that down to tweet size?
This would be utility that human health is more important than animal health, and so in many cases, the benefits outweigh the detriments. And reference Peter Singer. If that fits in a tweet, no.
Utility of human health is more important than animal health.
Than animal well-being.
The human well-being.
Yeah, I'm going to go with animal because in this case, we do want the animal to be very healthy until just that one spot.
Human well-being.
I think it's really important when you're talking about that. You have to be able to put in the if needed, because that would be because the Western diet. With Western diet, we don't need it. We don't face the same issues that this special population does.
Okay, I see. In the case of special populations, there may be no other practical way in order to provide human well-being.
Yes, that would be good.
Okay. All right. So let's see. The next reason would be, it's freaking yummy.
Well,
that was short. Critters are tasty.
How would, if necessary, go into that? Human well-being is of more. I am writing it down. Human well-being is of more utility than animal well-being when necessary.
No, put down the good in special. Damn it! I don't know how to put this down into short form. It's just you got to come up with a utilitarian argument. So when the good of the special population outweighs the bad of the animals.
Okay.
Humans that need meat to survive.
Yes.
Are of more utility than the animals they eat.
Okay. Decent summary. And you've heard the long version, and if you're the judge, that's what matters.
Okay.
Whether the short version exactly matches or not, you can judge whether it matches the long version. Okay, so I referenced the relatively unconvincing argument that meat is tasty. How about an economic argument? Is there an economic argument for eating animals?
Oh yeah, if we were to get that would decimate the agriculture industry.
Okay, so if we all went vegan, it would be bad for the economy.
Yeah, if we all went vegan overnight, but that's the bad part about it.
Okay, so that's 3. Have we hit our 5 minutes yet? I think we're pushing our time.
20 seconds.
Okay.
What was the economic reason?
It would decimate the ranchers' industry. Yeah. The food chain. We are at the top of the food chain. It's the natural thing. So it's a naturalistic argument.
Yes.
And I think we have to just go with those 4. I don't think we get time for a 5th.
What was the economic one?
The economic one was if we were to go vegan, it would decimate the ranchers' investments. It would really cause a huge disruption in the agricultural sector.
Tweet size proposition.
Tweet size proposition.
If everyone stopped eating meat, then
ranchers would go broke.
Then ranchers would go broke?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ranchers, slaughterhouses,
that's 4
truck
reasons.
drivers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we only got to 4. We ran out of time.
Okay, great.
So I think I have to put down my headphones, and you're going to go talk to the other people about their reasons. And without us listening, then we'll come back and talk about a Steelman.
Yep.
All right, rating. I'll see you in a few minutes. I'm taking off my headphones and make sure you can't hear. Maybe FK is going to move people in rooms. I'm just going to walk away from where I can hear, and I'm turning off the speaker so I can't hear.
Someone said our stream is down. Fine on YouTube. Stream is down. Where? It's fine on Twitch. It's fine on Twitter. FK, can you hear me? It's fine on Facebook. I don't know what you're talking about, Archangle.
Oh,
So
I guess we're back.
let's get the other people in here. Oh, on Discord. Okay, don't scare me. So now we need up to... Okay, so now I need 5 tweet size reasons. Well, now we have the time. I give you 5 minutes to come up with 5 reasons. Is that the right time limit we should do, or 10 minutes? I gave them 5, so let's do 5 minutes. 5 minutes for 5 reasons.
So now
what's the first reason?
We have to tell you 5 reasons why eating animals is not ethical.
And then 5 reasons against our position,
Yep.
I think, in 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that later.
Okay.
Yeah, steel man
Okay.
version.
So I'll go
For the
first.
position,
Are we
eating
starting now?
animals is not ethical. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
5 minutes.
So I guess our first and most relevant reason is just that it's inhumane and cruel. I guess the meat industry in particular, the way that they keep animals in captivity and breed them. We've found there's evidence to suggest that the pigs, in particular, just for an example, feel like a whole range of different
You don't need to support
emotions,
the
and they
reason,
have.
just give a reason.
Oh, no support for the reasons. Okay, yeah. So just
No, you don't have to support the reason.
It's
Just
inhumane
give the top
to-
level reason. So eating animals is cruel. Is that the right way to say it?
yeah, eating animals is cruel and inhumane. Say second reason, it leaves a big
And inhumane.
carbon. Sorry, what was that? Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, cruel
Let me
and
clarify
inhumane.
that claim. And
Maybe
inhumane.
inhumane is not
And
the
what's
right
another reason?
word, but they are cruel in the sense of inhumane, in the sense of very cruel and aggressive toward the animals.
Yeah, so that's reason
Sorry, say-
one.
What's the next reason?
Two would just be that it leaves like a huge carbon footprint. The meat eating
Eating
industry.
animals increases the carbon output.
Yeah,
Leaves a large carbon.
footprint. It's bad for the environment.
What's the best way to phrase that? Eating animals is bad for
Maybe
the environment.
Eating meat creates a larger footprint than eating an equivalent amount of calories in plant.
In what? In plant?
In plants, through plants or
Is that a
through a
separate reason?
plant-based diet.
Or is the reason supporting the environment one? Is that a separate reason?
No, that's linked to that one. You said you wanted to have it.
What was that
precise.
So I have eating animals is cruel and inhumane. That's reason one. Second reason, eating animals is bad for the environment. Is that a good way to say it? Okay,
Yeah.
Another reason? 2.5 minutes.
Well, third reason is that it's let's see, it's meat consumption is unnecessary, especially today.
Eating animals is unnecessary
Yeah, like for protein or things like this.
for human survival.
Yeah.
Okay. Next
I
reason.
think another one we had, I don't know if it's linked to the first one necessarily, but we said that it doesn't allow the animals any freedom to live a life where they have some joy, or doesn't really, the way that most animals are produced today doesn't allow them any freedom.
Support for the cruel and inhumane reason.
Yeah,
You think so?
Yeah, I think we
think
might
there's a
just have the
separate
three. I'm trying to think of another one right now.
I think another reason that why it could be unethical to eat animals is because the farming process is very difficult for the humans involved in it as well. So a lot of the humans having to cut the animals, to slaughter them, to chop them up, to work with them, killing so many hundreds of animals on a daily basis. It's very difficult for the humans involved in that meat making process as well.
Also, reason 5, in case we're out of time, it's relatively unhealthy in comparison to like a vegan diet or something. for humans.
I'm wondering. I don't know if I'm able to participate too, but I'm wondering, like,
Eating animals causes
if it
psychological
fails a
harm
moral outsider.
to-
If it fails a moral outsider test,
You
is
can be on
that-
their team if
is
you
that-
want. Sure.
If
Eating
yeah,
animals. Yeah, we're doing a game show.
oh, okay, yeah, it
disqualifies.
does disqualify me. Yeah,
Time's out. Eating animals causes psychological harm to the workers who produce
Yes.
animal products. And what was that last
Yes.
reason? You said it already.
It's relatively
down.
unhealthy for
Write
human
it down.
consumption.
Animals is unhealthy for humans. Unhealthy for humans.
Yeah.
Okay.
Compared to a plant-based diet.
All right. That's 5 reasons.
But I think in terms of,
Okay.
I would rephrase it in terms of ethics, in the sense that it is unethically, it's ethically incorrect to promote meat-based diets by organizations such as the American Heart Organization, claiming that it's
We ran out
healthy,
of
for
time.
example. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Those are good for other reasons. Okay. We're out of time. 5 minutes. 5 reasons. Good. All right. Thanks, guys. We'll be back with you guys later. Okay. Ready.
We're getting kicked out again.
Okay. We're coming back. Okay. Dolly's coming back. Okay. Dolly's walking over. Ricketic's weird. Oh, never mind, he's back. Keep going.
hello, everybody.
Dolly's back. We got 5 reasons from
Okay.
the against side, the con side.
Okay, good.
So now we are going to ask the pro side to
Steelman, the
steal.
opposite.
Yes.
So, Redding,
Steelman.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So you have 4 chances.
We have 4 options. Yeah, because we gave 4 reasons, we get 4 options for Steelman to try and guess within their 5. So,
And the points system is if you get a direct match to what a reason they said. Can
okay.
you, FK, can you show the Kialo website so people can see the reasons?
And I better not look. I don't want to see their reasons.
Yeah, just don't look, Dolly, or cover
Okay.
that with something.
I'll just not look.
You have a post-it note if you want to put a post-it note over it.
That's all right.
Yeah, just don't look. Okay, so you have FK show Kialo.
Also, we have my return feed at really low resolution, so I can see what's going on, but I really can't read text.
Yeah. Show it to the live stream.
If you post it in the chat,
Screen capture.
I'll just make sure not to read any of the chat. I'm happy to go away from the chat right now. I'll go look at wholesome memes.
I'm away from
I
the
don't.
chat.
I don't want the
so
live
I
stream
won't be
people
looking.
to.
Okay. All right, so Redding, let's think about what kind of reasons they would have. I think number 1's probably going to be that it's cruel to animals to kill them for to enslave them to.
2 points.
Oh, we got one. Okay, moving on. What's another one?
They had to have
Um,
mentioned something about health. That a vegan diet is healthier
Okay,
than an
vegan
omnivorous
diet
diet.
is healthier.
2 points.
Okay. I'm thinking about one that relates to factory farming being less kind than farming in the past. Would that be something you would want to throw in?
Unkind how?
Unkind because crowding, because not letting them have a natural life.
I
And
think
not,
that would fall under the cruel
Cruel?
reason.
Cruel reason?
You already said
Okay.
that reason.
I did. Okay, so farming is cruel.
We don't have anything. 4 points.
So we have 2 more. Or did we use the
So we
third
have one more
trying
guess?
the other one? You'll tell me.
Do we have one more guess?
We have 1 more guess, or we have 2, depending on whether or not yeah.
2 more guesses.
Well,
2
we
more
put
guesses.
forth.
Okay,
we
we have 2 more guesses.
2 more guesses.
Because he said our first reason was the same. Our third was the same as our first.
Okay. The environment. It's bad for factory
the
farming
environmental
is bad
impact.
for the environment.
2 points.
Okay, so yes, we got that one, and then the last one would be. I'm leaning toward an inconsistency in the way we treat our pets versus our cattle, and that sentience is the pig is as sentient as a dog. Does that make sense, or do you have any others? I want to go with yours.
No, I'm all out, man.
Okay, so I'm gonna promote that one. That it's sentient life is. It's obvious that pigs are at least as sentient as dogs, and if we have an issue against eating our beloved pet dogs and cats,
I think that's a sub reason for eating animals is cruel.
I think you're right. Okay.
Sorry, I'm thinking here.
Yep.
If you have something, throw it out.
Well, okay, I don't think this is likely. This is actually the argument that my husband uses for being a vegetarian. So let me throw it at you, Redding, and see if you think it's worthy of talking about. He says that the closer we are in relationship to an animal, the better our enzymes are able to digest the animal.
Is he saying?
That seems. Yeah, that seems to be a little too niche.
I think there's a fallacy in there so much that I don't want to throw that one in, even if, and I'm not even sure if I understand it. Maybe I need to go talk to him further because some of that leads me backwards.
That seemed to imply cannibalism would be the best thing to do for humans.
Yes, actually, except for of course piranha diseases.
Yes.
Okay, can we just really quick?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. If we're out of time, we're out of time.
I didn't time it, but
okay. Yeah, I think we're out of time. Okay, so now I welcome. I think Redding and I can stay completely quiet, and we can listen to this other part. So if the against team comes in and comes in and talks about our reasons, that's great.
And you didn't give any extra reasons that we need to ask them to see if they are with a 1 point. I don't think you did. No.
I agree.
Okay, so yeah, let's bring back the other people. Yes.
Yes.
What?
Oh, did we get points for giving reasons, or is that a no?
You only gave 3 reasons, and they were all matched.
We gave 4 reasons at the beginning. Are there points given for reasons, or are reasons that are valid only the way you grant Steelman opportunities?
Only Steelman granting.
Okay, that's fine. I think there's something like negative points if the reasons we give have obvious fallacies in them.
Yeah, we didn't get to that point.
We probably haven't worked that into the system yet.
Yeah.
And maybe that's unnecessary.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, go ahead.
Oh.
Hello, Near.
Yeah, just go on voice and don't watch the streams.
Okay. Can you tell if we watch the streams? Like, could I cheat?
No. Yes, you could cheat.
You could cheat. You could go to Facebook or Twitter or YouTube as well.
I can tell if they're watching the stream.
Oh.
Okay, so you're clear? No more watching?
Yeah, we're not watching.
Okay, so you guys have 5 chances to pick their 4 reasons, or you get 2 points if you match their reasons, and 1 point if you come up with a reason that they think is also a good reason. Is that right? Is that how we would do it?
Yeah. Well, the other team would have to agree it's a good reason. By the way, the protein team, it did not come up with any additional reasons beyond the ones we tried. That so we weren't able to come up with any novel reasons.
Yeah. They matched 3 reasons, so they have 6 points.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have to
And you
get
guys
more
have-
than 6 points to win, and we're steel manning what we think they might say. Or,
Yeah. What reasons do you think we might have given? Of course, Redding and I will stay quiet during this.
So go ahead and give us Steelman reasons. Steelman reason number 1.
Okay. Go ahead, Leo.
Yeah. So one of them, it's that it's immoral to take this sort of right and joy from people, that of eating meat. Another one we had is that.
Let me be a judge for that.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of relevant to one reason. Can you rephrase that in some other way? I'm looking for a specific word. Is it joy? Why is it joyful?
Freedom, tasty.
Yeah, from the freedom and the taste and
There it
the.
is. All right, they got that matched. All right, 2 points. You matched 1.
Mm-hmm.
So another reason would be that pretty much all food sources, including plants, are in fact living. So the distinction of it being unethical for us to eat meat isn't really a valid one, I guess.
Yeah, and related to that.
They did not give that
Related to that,
reason.
we were
Wait
thinking-
a minute. I did say that there was our reason number 4 was the sentience.
Yeah,
Sentience
that's
in
what we
life
mean by
being not
this.
correlated with our thing. So I didn't bring up plants, but I was saying that pigs were at least were as sentient as dogs, and yet we have this crossover thing.
That was for your Steelman attempt?
That was in my Steelman. My
Yeah.
bad. My
Yeah.
bad.
That is not a match
Yeah, but
to any of their reasons.
Okay.
So you have another try. You have 3 more tries.
Another one of our reasons was that it's a good source of protein and other nutrients.
I'm mixed on that, and I'm speaking. I shouldn't try to influence the judge here, except that I'm sort of influencing in the positive.
Yeah,
That does
same
not
here.
match.
It's not a close match.
It touches, so wouldn't that be 1 point? It's not an
It
exact
touches and overlaps
match.
1.
Good. Not good enough. The match. 2 more tries.
Leo?
I don't remember exactly. We said that it's immoral because we have been. It's moral because we have been doing it for as long as we can remember. So it wouldn't sort of be fair to stop doing it all of a sudden and claim that it's incorrect to do it because we have been doing it for most of human history.
I think that falls under the category of Redding. Do you agree with me that I would accept that as a reason? Therefore, I want to give them 1 point for a reason we didn't give. You wouldn't?
No, because that
give
is
half a point?
that would be it's there's definitely yeah, I wouldn't say that even touches on any of ours.
No, I agree. It doesn't touch on any of ours. There's another way that they can get points because the reason they give is one we would accept. So they get half points.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was actually thinking, damn, I should have thought.
Okay, then if we accept that reason, they get 1 point for that.
1 point. So up to 3 now. All right, you have one more try.
We have one more.
How much time do we have?
They agreed. 1 point.
Yeah.
One last try.
Let me just think for a sec.
We've kept certain species of animal from being endangered or possibly extinct by breeding them for meat consumption. Therefore, it's more.
If that's not one of our reasons, but I would accept it. How about you, Redding?
Same with me. That's another one I wish I would have put forward.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. So we like that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that is it. Team 4 has 6 points. Team against has 4 points. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Thank you. I'd love to hear their actual list of reasons.
Okay. Yeah. Their actual list of reasons was eating animal. Their con side. Con side was eating animals is unhealthy for humans.
Okay.
Got that.
Mm-hmm.
You also got eating animals is bad for the environment.
Yes. Okay.
And you got eating animals is cruel and inhumane to the animals.
Mm-hmm.
Their other 2 reasons they gave was eating animals causes psychological harm to the human workers who produce animal products.
Oh,
that's a good one. Yeah.
And also eating animals.
That's a good one.
The other reason was eating animals is unnecessary for human survival.
Okay. Yeah, and I think our number 1 rule was sort of saying that in narrow circumstances, eating animals is necessary for humans, but it's not necessarily general.
Yeah, let's give your pros now. You want to give your pros, or I'll give it out.
Yeah, give it to me.
So what did they got? Animals taste good. That's a reason, and that was all they got, I think. Another reason is if everyone stopped eating meat, then ranchers would go broke.
Yep, the economic argument.
Humans are top of the food chain.
That's not one we offered.
It's not?
No, that's one we agreed to that we thought was a really good one. Did we?
No,
you gave that as a reason.
It's that.
Oh, then they get another point.
That didn't match any of their guesses, did it?
Animals taste good. Ranchers go
No,
broke.
we didn't say anything like that. No.
Well, what does it mean that we're?
Okay.
Why is it ethical? Because we're at the top of the.
It's that we.
It's an argument from naturalism.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be a good reason.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a great reason. It just has to be one that somebody would give and somebody would accept. I don't personally accept the naturalistic fallacy that's embedded in that there.
And the last reason,
I'm almost wanting to say the top of the food chain is like the traditional argument. I want to say food chain and traditional argument are close enough. I want to give them 2 points.
Oh, you want to give them that?
I think so. I think being top of the food chain is an appeal to the traditional standard. I think the appeal is the same.
Okay, then it's a tie.
Thanks, Don.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, the argument I was putting forth isn't that we are at the top of the food chain. It's more that we are part of the food chain, and once you remove a species from the food chain, then you have negative effects. Like if you take wolves out of the equation in a park, then the population of deer and antelope grow. So we are that replacement predator.
Yeah, and their last reason was the well-being of humans that have to eat animals to survive are of more utilitarian concern than the animals they consume.
So that's sort of 2 in 1.
So that was fun.
Thank you.
That was really fun.
Thanks for playing that. That was
really fun.
That was easier
Do
and
you
more
guys
fun
get a
than I thought it
prize?
was going to be.
What's the prize
Do
for
we get a
Dolly?
prize?
Yeah.
No.
What should be the
Get a
tiebreaker
clap.
if there's a tie?
I think because we're barely keeping score, a tiebreaker is
It's whatever.
we win.
Yeah. So we're
I could see cutthroat competition in this getting to be very against the goals.
Yeah. So this is
it seems like the
critical
heart.
thinking exercise. It's a way of like demonstrating John Stuart Mill's principle of like, he who knows only his side of the case knows little of that.
Yeah, this is the John Stuart Mill we're going to put you through.
The most difficult part was just like quenching my desire to give supporting arguments for like all of the reasons. It's a little bit like
Yeah.
No need to support the main top level reasons with other sub level reasons.
Yeah.
What just happened?
I think the biggest problem I had
Wanna
was
turn it back
that,
on?
like when I
Push it harder. Just hit the top button again. I'll figure it out later. So
Doesn't feel excessively warm or anything.
Any feedback about the game itself? How can we make this better?
I think the rules are a little vague. I had a hard time figuring out the point system. Maybe because this is the first time, maybe it's because things are trying to be worked out. Like when I started voting, I thought I was only going to have to come up with one reason, because for me personally, the only good reason for eating meat is the utilitarian one that I put forward, because even Peter Singer himself supports that one.
Yeah, I didn't really explain how the points would work, or we didn't.
Yeah.
Until we got to the point part of it. But the points are not really the main concern. It's really just being able to see if you can figure out what people who actually believe something opposite to you are their actual reasons, and the way we blind this out, that's the key part of it. That's the key feature. So it really is a nice little test of that. I like it.
So I thought that was really great. That was actually a really great game. But my only suggestion would be, I think the team should be able to guess how many points the opposing team is going to win. For example, like if I list a couple of arguments that I think that they're going to guess, I can predict how much they'll know about my position. Might be a fun way to add points at the very end of the game.
How would that happen?
Well, let's
Tell
say
me about adding those points. How would that work?
Well, like if I think that the other team knows about 2 of my arguments, but not about the other 3, I can guess that the opposing team will get 4 points. And if I get that correctly and predict that correctly, I should be awarded like a few points on top. This is a suggestion. It might complicate things, but I can imagine, like, I guess it encourages the person to come up with arguments that aren't common, right? So then I would just pick like the most extravagant reasons for my claim, knowing that they won't be able to guess them, right? And so I'm wondering.
Yeah, that there's a way you can game this. If you can get obscure enough, you really throw a wrench in the other team's options.
Yeah, we want each team to actually come up with their real best reasons for their real position.
Yeah. How do we encourage that they bring their best reasons? Because obviously that does work. If you grab the most ubiquitous reasons, the most obvious ones, then you are playing to the other team's advantage. The scoring system is not perfectly aligned with incentives yet. Because spamming 5 obscure reasons is actually better than coming up with the 3 best right now.
Yeah.
Right. That's kind of what I was
How many
thinking.
people do we have?
But it's a great game, though.
Thank you.
It was fun. I agree with Nathan's thing. Like, it seems kind of complicated, but there must be some way to incentivize honesty using points. Some other layer of points.
Have to work on the math of that. Not sure what that looks like yet.
Okay, we still don't have any interlocutors, so we do another round.
Well, there was somebody who was looking to go through the survey.
Oh, okay, go ahead and do that.
I think that's Leo. Leo, are you? Oh, you're off. No, I think Leo just logged out. Would do again. Okay, good, Leo. Next time, maybe Tuesday. I want us to regularly have the option of having people lined up and ready to interact with us between interlocutors. I think it keeps it more interesting for everybody involved. So is there anybody who would like to address either of us with the understanding that you may be interrupted at any time because, oh, I see a light on and it went off. Now it beep, beep, beep. And then it, did you just do something like change the card or something, or just rebooted it? Okay.
Hey, Dali, yesterday
Yes.
when I asked about Starlink, you said you were going to answer it, then you never got back to it.
Sorry. Okay. So the question about Starlink, what was the question? Like when I was going to get Starlink? My estimate is that it would be. I have not yet signed up for the beta. I can't speak for Foyle. I know he was intending to as soon as he could. And right now, I've only heard that it has been offered up above, say, the 40th latitude, and I'm at 34. So I also think that because I'm in Los Angeles, I'm subject to special blackout in the sense that I'm in a very densely populated area, and that's one of the areas where Starlink has a weakness. If you have a really, really high concentration area, there are not enough satellites in view to take all of the requested bandwidth, that kind of problem. As they dent up the array, it's going to help.
And the $129 a month is going to be the $129 a month.
Okay. Well, right now I'm spending $130 a month on the 2 data lines I have, and it would effectively probably replace both of them.
Totally. If you could take it around with you.
Well, yeah, and the idea is mounted on the van.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe have it mounted on the van and be able to be unplugged and mounted on the boat, that kind of thing. So I can walk around with it, stick it on a cart here. I got to get a clear view of the sky, so look out where the trees are. But other than that,
that'd be funny.
Yeah, out here, maybe what we should do is throw a little anchor in there and tie it to a little floating thing. Sit out there. I understand it'd be a swan satellite. We could, as long as we can get far enough away from the trees. I don't actually think it's too much trouble. Like right there would work.
Yeah.
As long as we, there's this palm tree and there's that, there's ways, there's places. Yeah, that's the other option is to have it sitting on a little toy boat.
Did anybody else want to do the survey? Is Nathan here? Nathan, do you want to do the survey with somebody?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, but I'm going on a walk right now, so it might be like noises and cars and stuff going by.
Okay, but
you can just be giving us feedback on what we should do once they've done the survey.
Yeah, sure. I'll put some questions in the chat.
Good. Okay, I think I can't read that text. Is it Addison? Any pronouns that you would like to do the survey?
Addison 396.
Is that what I'm reading? Okay.
Yeah. If you need someone, he says.
Yeah.
Voice only is fine.
Voice only is fine.
The game show point system is still there.
Yep. Oh, there it is. Addison 396. Because the combination of the purple and the text just makes it difficult to read on my screen. Well, what with the glare? We have a lot of glare. Huh. It's a tricky font. Yes.
Yep. And if an interlocutor comes, we'll put it on pause.
We'll just pause and go. But it's the kind of thing that's easy to pause. Free water.
Hi, can you?
Yes, I hear you, Addison.
Good. Do you have any
like
echo or anything when you guys talk? Or?
I'm not hearing any echo from you. I don't actually hear any echo from us. Are you hearing echo from us?
No, I'm just using loudspeaker because I don't really have a good mic at the moment. So I was, wondering if it was causing
Discord
echo,
apparently is doing the echo cancellation perfectly well enough.
Cool.
All right. So, how have you come to SE? What is your experience with SE?
I think it was through Anthony's videos quite a few years ago. I can't remember exactly that I watched a couple of Anthony's videos, thought this was really good technique, and then started seeking out other people that were doing it. So came across Reed, you, Discord.
Nice.
Thank you. All right. So this survey was originally written in 2018 by Ben Diesel, and has recently been updated by its most avid practitioner, Nathan. I don't know if we have the updated or the old in this one. That's in the process of being updated. Earlier we had old. So may I have question 1? I think it is truth that which most corresponds with reality? Am I saying that right? Click to see attachment. Oh, there's a new thing there. Okay, cool. Yep. Open to the survey too. Sounds fun. Yes.
We can just be an outside, talk.
So are we doing we're doing this SE survey 2020?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Okay. So for me, it's showing me agree to disagree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boxes, but there's no smileys or they're not numbered or anything.
They're not numbered? Okay. Well, 1 through 5. 1 means you strongly disagree. 5 means you strongly agree.
Okay, that's okay. Oh, I can see it on your screen. That's a lot easier. Okay, I can see it now.
Okay, good.
I
can see that it's
the other way around.
It's in such low resolution. I can see that it's got some crayon marks. That's about all I got. Truth. Is
so
that
for me,
which best.
Apologies. Oh no, if you want to restate it, so it's
sure. I'll read
it. Here.
Truth is that which best matches external reality.
So for me, it's obviously definitional, but I think that's what I go by. So strongly agree.
Okay. Good. Strongly agree. 2, people experience the same reality and only interpret it differently.
What was that, sorry?
1 was strongly agree. 5. His result for number 1 was 5. Strongly agree.
Yeah, and I'd say probably the exact same for the second one. It kind of depends on what you mean by reality, but for me, under my definitions, I strongly agree.
Very good. My understanding of the way Nathan does it is he really takes your definition of it. I think that was also Ben's intention. Was that if you define this word in an interesting way, I want to understand the definition and your reason and not argue with your definition is wrong or anything. Okay. Number 3, truth depends on the opinions and beliefs of people.
Am I able to see it again? The survey.
Sure.
Oh, there we go.
Is it showing up?
Truth about which
Okay.
matches external reality. So yeah, I have
That's
to
number
kind
one.
of
That's fine.
strongly disagree for number 3.
Okay, so on number 3, truth depends on the opinions and belief of people you have a strong disagree. A 1.
Yeah, because
Okay.
my reasoning on that is like we've defined truth as that which, or I have, the best matches external reality. And external reality isn't like dependent on opinions or beliefs of people.
Right.
If we're talking about like the world, unless we're talking about like, I don't know, societies, like social constructs or things like that. But if we're just talking about like the external world, I think I have to strongly disagree.
Okay, good. Number 4, people create words and define their meaning.
Yeah, I strongly agree.
Okay, number 5. It's fun. I'm getting all 1s and 5s. This is going to be easy to score.
Maybe that's
5.
thing.
I don't know. We can discuss that. I don't actually have the answer key to this one. Number 5. Something is true if everyone agrees to it.
So again, it kind of depends what we're saying. Like, it's true if it's like some sort of like social construct, then that's kind of like definitional.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's But apart from those like quite niche circumstances, I'd say no. I kind of strongly disagree. Like, just because everyone agrees something doesn't mean it's true. If we're talking about say like belief.
You're a 1, except that you're not if it's a definitional truth. Is what I hear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Number 6, strong belief, even without action, can change external reality.
Strongly disagree.
Okay. Number 7, some beliefs should not be questioned.
So, like, my usual stances would be like a 1, but I'm just kind of wondering, like, I'm kind of like second guessing myself because I'm like,
because that's like not questioning a belief, right? Oh, I don't want to be dogmatic on this one.
I'm kind of wondering if there are some circumstances where I could be like convinced that like it would cause somebody like harm to question a certain belief, and therefore like it might, if we're against like causing harm. So it's like if it's for me, I don't think I would fall into that category. So if we're talking about myself, I think I'd be a 1. But it's like if I could be convinced that there could be harm caused or harm caused to myself or something, then I might switch. So,
okay,
a bit unsure how to answer.
So if you could find a belief where questioning the belief was directly harmful, you could be convinced away from a 1, but your tendency is toward a 1. A 1 with some doubts,
I'm kind of
maybe
thinking,
2.
like an example to get like a good example might be like, for example, like people are human beings with human rights, and like if you go back like to say when black and white people, it was like taboo for them to be married, for example, and you would have like the idea of three-fifths person and stuff like that. Like if you're able to like question the idea that someone's human, it can cause harm. So like it's kind of like in a purely like idealized setting, I'd be a 1. But in the real world, it's kind of like that could lead you into problems, maybe. So I don't know how to answer really.
Okay.
Don't know if my example helped.
I don't know. So do you like 1 or 2 for this?
What's 2? Is that like sort of?
that's disagree with reservations, or disagree with some exceptions, or disagree with some big sliver of doubt.
Yeah, that's probably that fits my feeling
Okay.
definitely more than one. I think. Yeah.
Good. Number 8. Someone can be certain of something, yet still be mistaken.
Yeah, definitely agree with that one.
Okay, 5. Number 9. It is bad when someone doubts their beliefs.
No, I don't think so. Like, again, I probably it's kind of the same as number 7. I think.
So it's a 2.
Maybe it's like it's like in between a 2 and a 5 because it's a 2 and a 1 because it's closer to the 1 stance than I was on that other one. But it's kind of like I'm just kind of
okay
because I can't even think of an example for that one.
So the other one was 2, and this is 1.6.
Yeah, because it's kind of like with that with the 7.
Right,
I had an example and a couple of examples I could easily go to. With this one, I'm kind of like I don't really have an example that I can think of, but I'm kind of sure there could be one if I was given enough time.
Yeah. I think the same examples in my mind come to mind. If I was looking for an area where someone doubting their beliefs or questioning their beliefs, which is kind of the same thing. If I had somebody who was, for example, a child who was in a strongly religious community who acted very, very strongly against apostates, I know you're already thinking of examples. In that case, it would be utilitarian damaging for them to question their beliefs or to doubt their beliefs. If that was going to generate actual harm in a situation they don't have a choice to remove themselves from.
Yeah, and
that's the example that comes to mind.
It would be bad. Yeah, no, I agree exactly.
I grew up in a fundamentalist Christian missionary school. It would have been very, very bad for me to openly question my beliefs. Or I should say, it was very, very bad for me when I openly questioned my beliefs.
Yeah, it's kind of like, so if we're talking about like separate from real world, like just ideologically, then I'd be like a 1. But if we're talking about real world, it's a 2. So I don't know how you want to sort of take it.
Well, that's kind of what 2 is for.
Yeah, so we'll put a 2
ideally, yes, and with reservations. Or I should say, strongly no, with reservations in this case.
Yeah.
Number 10, if all members of a society share a belief, they are justified to hold that belief. When I talk about justified, I see that there's an overlapping definition in like philosophical versus the way it's usually used in English. It's overlapping, but it's not really coincident. So I accept whatever you think justified means. And if it's interesting, tell me.
Not really, and I just feel like a 1 on that thing.
Okay. Believing something that is false feels just like believing something that is true.
See, I think I'd probably be like a 5 on that. I'm kind of wondering, like, if we're talking about when we're talking about believing, and I think there's like states where you could kind of know that like you're wrong, but like sort of self-delude yourself. And would that count as like believing something that is false? And I think that state of mind, like you might be sort of like you might be having like sort of thoughts from your conscience or something that you're sort of having to push away. Whereas that's very different to like just what I think the question is sort of getting at most of the time, like just believing something and you're just wrong about it. So I think it'd probably be a 5, unless the question includes those sort of things. But yeah, probably a 5.
Number 12, feelings are a reliable way to discover truth. And like justified, I will accept whatever you think reliable means.
Yeah, it's more what like truth would mean, I guess, like I think it's probably a 1 if we're talking about most things, like religion or science or something like that. But if we're talking about like say emotion, like if you're talking to your doctor about like a mood state that you might have, like depression or something like that, like how else would you do that other than feelings?
Right.
So I think
maybe feelings are a very reliable way to come to the truth of what are your feelings.
Yeah. And it depends, like what's like, if the thing that you're claiming is true is one of those like things that we like feelings, or like anything that's really like linked to that, so like say mood states or something, right?
Yeah.
I think those are very, very niche things though. Like most of the time, I think like we're not talking about those things. We're talking about like religion or some sort of political thing, or like there's so many other things that aren't that. So I think most of the time it'd be a 5. Apart from in those niche things, but it'd be a 1. So.
Okay, that's fine. Defining it and saying for this category it's this, and that seems okay with me. It might not work in our interface, but I'm fine with it for communication. Totally good.
Yeah. Apologies, I think I got that the wrong way around. Maybe. So feelings are a reliable way to discover truth. So most of the time I think that's false. So
yeah,
1,
most of the time it's
a 1.
Except in the special case that it's something that feelings are the authority for. Yeah. Okay, so 13. Believing something without evidence is admirable.
Okay. Just be a 1 on that one.
Okay.
If you want a bit of further clarification, like I understand this like idea of especially in like religions of like it's like like virtuous, almost like a virtue to.
Yes.
I just don't like. Yes. I just don't understand it.
The virtue of doubting Thomas.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
I don't. It just doesn't make sense to me, and there's so.
Okay, we may have an interlocutor, so
sure.
Let's put a pin in number 13.
Sure.
Are you up, Reed?
I'll mute myself.
I have gotten the lion's share of the last couple of these, so I want you to remember you can take your half out the middle. Either way. Hi, I'm Juggling Lessons. That's Reed. His channel is Cordial Curiosity. Sure. Have a sip.
Nice to meet you guys. I'm Tramel, by the way.
Jamel.
Tramel. Yeah, with a T.
Tremel?
Yep. That's it. I look good?
Let's see. I need to switch scene to our one I can see you.
Do I need to put the headphones on?
Or? You can put the headphones on. He just wiped them so that they would be clean.
Okay, cool.
And that helps. Yeah, it seems like our guest camera's a little slow. Kimberly, could you move the guest camera just a little that way? Yeah, for him. He's on one edge of the frame. Okay, hi there.
Hey.
So how's your day?
It's pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, it's been a chill day.
Yeah, we've been really enjoying the day so far. Talking to people on Discord and waiting for someone like yourself to come by and have an interview.
Yeah, I'm bored enough.
Yeah, so in street epistemology, we like to ask you something you believe. You saw the questions we had up there. You can use any of those. Did any of those turn you on?
Definitely the police one, and but the abortion one is actually what I'd like to speak about. Yeah.
Tell me. Sorry, FK? Yes. We are live streaming.
Mm-hmm.
You're good with being live streamed and recorded?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So tell me your claim about abortion. Tell me about that.
Well, the question that it said was, is abortion murder?
Yeah.
Right. I don't think abortion is anybody's business, but the mothers.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's people have a lot of opinions on things that, you know, they don't have a personal hand in.
Okay.
And
so I hear the claim is abortion is nobody's business except the mothers.
Yeah.
Okay. So I like to define terms. Some of this might seem tedious. Abortion, I assume, is killing a fetus in the womb.
Mm-hmm.
What time frame?
What time frame?
Yeah, what's the time frame that is abortion that's okay with you? Or is strictly in their opinion?
Well, I don't know what's medically safe.
Uh-huh.
Like I can't give you an exact date on what's like medically safe. Like
okay.
What's a medically safe time to do it. But in my own opinion, you know what I mean, anything after 6 weeks is kind of it's in that.
So you'd prefer it to be before 6 weeks?
I would prefer it.
Okay.
Yeah. If it's me we're talking about, or if it's like I have a handle on the situation, then yeah, I would prefer that.
Okay. So the earlier the better.
Honestly, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Wow. What's your stance on it?
I'm happy to share my position, and I don't want to be arguing from an alternative. But I'll tell you, right now I am satisfied with the I think it's 22 or 24 week standard that Roe v. Wade gave us, because it was for the reason that they said viability. They said the chances of where was I? Oh, I was just saying that thank you. Cell phones. What can you do?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I was just saying that I'm satisfied with the current standard we have in law, not because I'm certain that the week number is exactly correct, but because it was at least given for an objectively testable reason, and that it would even adjust if, for example, we got much better at preemies and 2 weeks earlier was better. We should adjust 2 weeks earlier.
Right.
I think it's reasonable. I'm not sure it's optimal, but it's reasonable.
Right. I mean, it sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah.
You know, from what you explained, because I haven't personally read up on it like myself. Like I said, like I don't know the specifics of it, but ultimately, I just feel like it falls down. Like if you're not gonna be a part of like raising that child, and you're not, you know what I'm saying, you're not gonna like take a direct stance to make sure that they have a good life. And like, why is it any of your business? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, why would you care? I don't care about what they're doing over there. I'm not going to try to stop what they're doing over there if it has no effect on me.
Interesting.
It's like people trying to like force their own morality on others.
Have you held this position for a long time, the current one?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you know when you came to this position? Was there something that you learned that convinced you to adopt this position?
Well, no, there was just a lot going on in high school. Like, it's just life moves fast.
Okay.
And you see a lot of things, and you start to form opinions. Like just based on how you think the world should work.
So it was around high school that you
Yeah.
formed this way.
Yeah, I was just like, why is that anybody's business?
Uh-huh.
Like I also felt the same way about like women sexually, like women and their sexuality, how they choose to express it. It's like, why does that bother you? You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
she's not having sex with you. Like, you worried about what she's doing. You're gonna tell everybody or like try to, embarrass her for nothing.
Do you see a double standard between how men and women are judged in this regard?
Well, in which regard? What do you mean?
In regards to sexual promiscuity, sexual experience, sexual.
Oh yeah, there's definitely like a double standard, of course. A better comparison with like people who are like super homophobic.
Okay,
that's something I don't understand.
Okay,
it's like, what I'm saying, the business of two people behind closed doors. Like I like, you got to understand that obviously everybody has a preference, and what some people might find gross. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, sure. I don't want to see that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Okay, like you may not want to see two people of the same sex having sex in the middle of the street. Like, we're just walking past.
Right. That's pretty unlikely around here.
But
that's
I'm
flatly
saying,
against the law.
you may not want to see that.
However.
Oh, the ducks are down. The ducks is like, whoa.
Yeah,
finally,
look, there's no predators. Let's go.
Finally, some action around here. But yeah, I feel like people like really concern themselves with what people do outside of their own lives. Like, if you don't live next to any gays, or you know what I'm saying, like, you don't have to deal with them at work every day, even if you did. You know what I'm saying? Like, just the fact that what they choose to have sex with the same sex is like, that bothers you for some reason. That makes you like, I don't know, I don't get it.
We could be friends unless you're a Lakers fan.
Oh man,
no, I'm kidding. It's that kind of thing. It's like it's not part of our interaction.
Yeah.
So why do you care?
Exactly. Why do you choose to concern yourself?
Yeah.
With that? Like, I think a lot of people just put themselves under a lot of unnecessary stress.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Trying to like force their ideals on other people.
So, how confident? I just have a scale here.
Okay.
If this is your claim, in service of your claim, that the woman who is pregnant is the sole arbiter of whether they terminate their pregnancy, and society should have a hell of a lot to say and should control when women can terminate pregnancies. Where would you find yourself on the scale?
Well, now that you put it on a scale, it's kind of weird now.
Oh, good.
Just because
we love that binary to a gray area switch.
Yeah.
That's part of this gig.
Yeah. Like, so society should have, putting it here, I feel like maybe a little extreme.
Yeah.
Just because of individuals. You know what I mean? Everybody doesn't think alike.
Right.
And more often than not, without supervision, people are irresponsible.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I feel like the way society is going now, it's headed towards like a kind of like a shameless society. Like, I shouldn't feel shamed for what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And
leaning entirely toward individual freedom as opposed to societal control.
Yeah. So,
go liberty. Oh, sorry. Oh no, I shouldn't.
So I would say putting it here is a little extreme, just because some people do need guidance. Some people just can't have that kind of freedom. Like, hey, this is the third or fourth one. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't good for your health. Obviously, you know what I'm saying? For the deceased, it wasn't good for them because they're not here.
Right.
You know what I mean? And just like doing it unsafe and like, just irresponsibly. So if I had to put it on a chart, I want to add
the well-being of the fetus.
Yeah.
Not good.
Right.
No matter.
I want to put it.
Okay. So
I want to put it just about here, just like for a safety
net.
Got
you around here. Okay.
For the weirdos. You know what I mean? Safety net for the people who just aren't responsible enough to, or like competent enough to guide themselves through that kind of situation.
So leaning that far toward societal control of the abortion question.
Oh, is it?
Or maybe you saying this way, if this is completely the woman has control, this is completely society has control, I think you might mean that.
Yeah, I might mean that. We did.
Okay,
yeah, that's
all right. So,
meaning the woman mostly has control, and society has about the least amount of control. Just like an inch.
So society just gets a little control.
Yeah.
All right, good. So I got two hypotheticals. The first one I want to ask is, something you don't know. Obviously, something that might not be true, but something you could learn tomorrow that would move your needle and cut your gap down, make you more certain the woman is the only one who should have a say in terminating her pregnancy.
What would make me go all the way?
Well, I don't know about all of it. Maybe split the difference, but somewhere in
Maybe
this,
split
somewhere
the difference.
in this wiggly space.
I
don't ever ask for a hypothetical that would get you at 100%. I think pure 100% is its own kind of problem.
I don't know if I would, just because like I said, you gotta leave room for those who aren't responsible, and what I'm saying, those kinds of people, because they do exist, like just individuals that don't conform. You know what I'm saying? Just like non-conforming, like, hey, I know this is.
Can you think of an example where somebody jumping through hoops to get through the societal thing actually caused them damage, or the fetus damage, or other kind of, where there was really bad effects from the extra hoops the society put them through in order to get an abortion?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Okay, so I guess I'm just going to lay out the hypothetical here. So imagine that there was somebody who was trying to get an abortion, like at 6 weeks. And because of paperwork, they had to wait till 10 weeks or 20 weeks, or maybe past 24 and couldn't get it. Is that something that could happen? And would that lead you to think that the society was taking too much control?
I don't think it would. I don't think it would make me think. Like if you were negligent, like what are we talking about? Like, are we talking? Well, basically a hypothetical, like you said, like
I actually have a real thing in mind, which sort of violates the rule, but I'll say it because you asked, and we're talking about it. There was somebody who was being held in detention over immigration, and didn't have the freedom to deal with things, and was pregnant, and was trying to get an abortion. And because in detention, and because in Texas, and because judges working against, was trying to get an abortion at 13 weeks, and was right up against 22 weeks before she could get it. And almost had to deliver the baby because the judges were making her delay so long in getting it. It's not a hypothetical anymore. That's an actual case.
Right.
In that case, would you say society is pushing her too hard?
I would say society is pushing a little too hard on that. Just because, you know what I'm saying? If the process could have been made easier at any point, it should have been. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like if it could have been done in an orderly fashion where it's not inconveniencing anybody, then I think it should have been. If you're respecting that person's wishes at that time. But jail is like a whole different story. Like, your rights don't
and
really
this
get
wasn't jail
respected
for a crime. This was jail under immigration.
Exactly. And that's even worse.
It wasn't her fault she was in jail. By the way, she was also a minor and brought in here with her parents. She didn't even have a choice to do the thing that got her in jail.
That's insane.
Yeah, she was like 15 or 16.
Yeah.
And crossed the border pregnant with her parents. It was one of these things. Anyway, it's just the story that came to mind. So the hypothetical, let's lose that one. Wow, that's harsh. Anyway, so how about the other direction? What could move you to the direction that society isn't putting enough limits? What kind of thing could you learn to think that society isn't doing enough and move you down?
Yeah, well, what would move me down? Like
how much doesn't matter. Just move you down.
Just incompetent. You know what I'm saying? Just incompetent people, or just non-conforming to the rules of that situation. People who, you know what I'm saying? Like if you can stay within the guidelines, if you can get it done and not inconvenience anybody, you should. You know what I'm saying? If that's the choice that you want to make. But people who are, you know what I'm saying, just like negligent, or just like I said, incompetent with it. You know what I mean? Like, hey, miss, we can't have you keep coming in here getting these abortions. Like you're at this point, we're worried about your health.
Oh, okay, so there needs to be some kind of an intervention to maybe a temporary sterilization, or encouragement toward getting their tubes tied, or Norplant in there, or here's some better birth control, or
definitely.
There's
But
a lifetime supply of condoms, whatever.
Something like that. Something like that. Because I mean,
Notice I did not ask for abstinence.
not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it.
I mean, when you got somebody,
it's unrealistic.
Exactly. When you're dealing with somebody like that, that's kind of already out of the question. It's like, but like, if you want to throw that in there, sure. Like, I think you should definitely be getting pamphlets and emails and like having, what I'm saying? If they can have you sit down for 30 minutes with somebody, just something like that. But then I think also eventually they should like be able to deny you service. Like, hey, like you can't, we're not going to respect the same mistake 10 times. Okay. You know what I mean? Like it's eventually, we feel liable. Yeah. Like for your health. So
yeah, indeed.
No more.
So, my last two questions. One, is there any question you were just wanting me to ask? Did I miss anything?
I don't know.
I'm here to hear you.
Yeah, I was expecting you to go anywhere with this. I was ready.
Okay.
Because I've been smoking a little bit, so
yeah, me too. It's a good thing.
I'm ready.
Me too, but that's normal for me. I have to do that constantly, or my head goes crazy.
How is this? How many crazies do you come across in here?
Crazies? That'd be hard to figure out. That would certainly be the minority.
Oh?
That would be the minority of people who are crazy. Okay. I mean, how many people? We were in San Diego the other day and got 12 people in 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And when we're here, we typically get 5 or 6.
Okay.
In 4 hours.
Okay. Cool. I'm actually from New York, so I've never seen anything like this.
This is a little unusual.
Yeah.
Sit down with a table in the park and do live streams with people.
But I'd definitely do it.
Cool.
Like if I saw it.
Cool. Thank you for this conversation.
Yeah.
I don't want to stand behind neutrality, and you could ask me questions, but you already did. You already asked my position on it, and hopefully my position didn't influence you much.
No.
My goal is to not try to move you.
Yeah.
Only wiggle, and wiggle as much in one direction as the other. I'm not trying to push your position. It's just sort of like flick the needle, see if it's stuck.
Yeah, no, I pretty much had my mind up when I saw the question. I was just like, I'm coming here defending.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Have you found yourself shifted at all during this review?
That one story was tragic, man. That really sucks.
Yeah.
But that's what makes me lean. That's what makes me put it here in the first place.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So you were already there with that kind of thing in mind.
Exactly. It should mostly be up to the mother. And like I said, if it can be done and it's not inconveniencing anybody, and you know what I'm saying, it should be done if you're respecting that person's rights.
Mm-hmm. We'd like to offer you one of those puzzle pieces, the red, the blue, the yellow. You can choose the gear puzzle piece.
Okay.
You can have one of those. This is an obvious bribe to get you to come back for the other two if you like to complete sets of things. Okay. But otherwise, you could just squeeze on that one. It's a gear, like the gears meshing in your head.
Cool.
That's the silliness of it.
Yeah, maybe my girlfriend might.
Yeah. Indeed.
You want to do an interview?
You can talk to him. No. She's got to. Oh, no. Okay.
Come on, he's got a P90 on. You're extra safe. Huh? I said he's got a P90 on.
Yeah, that's true. He's got a 95 going on.
P90, what is it, 95?
Oh, whatever it is. It's a cool mask.
Okay, cool. This is cool.
Thank you.
Nice. I'm definitely gonna check out your YouTube page.
You bet.
Yeah, I want to see myself. See how I look. Okay.
You bet. We're live streaming right now. So if you go on there and then you just back up 10 minutes and you can watch yourself. We're right now running about 5 to 7 days to get the individual parts cut out and published as a separate video.
Mm-hmm.
So in a week we'll have this one up as an individual piece.
Cool. What time do you guys leave?
4 p.m.
Cool.
We are 2 hours and 41 minutes in. 2.5 hours in.
Gotcha. I'm probably going to get something to eat and then.
Great.
I want another piece.
Yes.
Come back with something.
Do it. Thank you.
All right, cool. Should I wipe the headphones down?
I'll do it.
You got it. All right.
Let's just set them down and I'll take care of it.
All right.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all. Where's the Kimberly? The Kimberly has disappeared. Okay. If we could play a cool song that lasts a minute and 36 seconds, I want to see if we can get the umbrellas swapped and moved around and ready in a minute and 36. Go when you're ready, if that's easy to just bling up. But during the middle of Mendelicus, when the sun does come out, I got this one done. He's halfway done with that one, but we made it difficult on him because the sign was tied to it, and that added an extra level of difficulty to his task. But I really do love that music. That is great shit. Yes. Unplugging my headphones for a moment. And I'm back. Here, I'll just put the wires above. And I think you're up here.
Okay.
And I'll take your wifey when you're ready. We're doing free water and free food today.
Your 2.5 hours to a 4-hour lunch.
Chili.
Oh, okay.
You want to continue your survey?
Yes.
And then maybe another game show
Sure.
session test.
Okay. So back up to question 13 with Addison. Thank you. The one that's hard to read the name. Okay. Reed, would you like to take over at 14?
You go ahead, keep going.
You'd like me to keep going?
I don't mind.
All right. Number 14. Addison, are you ready?
Can you hear me okay? Yeah, I'm ready.
Yes, I hear you well. Thank you. Number 14. Is it important to know where we came from and what happens after death?
I think it's important to know where we came from. Like, for example, like past mistakes and stuff we can learn from and stuff like that. Just like important to know history.
Okay.
Oh, are we on
How about
13 or 14?
We're on number 14. We're on 14. Your number 1 was a 1, I think. Believing something without evidence was a strongly disagree.
Yeah, that's right.
Was admirable.
Yeah.
Yeah, number 14. Is it important to know where we came from and what happens after death? And what I'm hearing is 2 separate answers. That it's important to know where we came from, but I'm not hearing anything to say that it's important to know what happens after death.
Yeah, because like if there was something that happens after death that like basically meant it was important that we knew about it, if that makes sense, then it would be important. But I don't know if that's the case. I don't have any evidence that that's the case. So, but like I've just thought it could be somehow. So I don't really know how to answer. Like at the moment, I've got no evidence that it's like I've got nothing that drives me to feel like it's important to know what happens after death. But I can easily imagine like fantasy scenarios where it could be. So I'm sort of in the middle.
Tangential question. What is your opinion about what happens after death now? What is your current opinion about that?
I think if we're talking about like consciousness, I think that's a consequence of a live brain, what we would call being alive, I guess, a human. So that just doesn't happen when death occurs.
Okay. Consciousness is an emergent property of the brain then, and is not tied to a soul, is what I'm hearing.
I'm not sure if it's an emergent property. I feel like I think it is, but I don't feel like I could like justify the belief. It's mainly just like stuff I've heard on TV and from like scientists and stuff. I don't know if that's like the scientific consensus or if we know that to be a fact, but I think so, yeah.
So it seems like you're at about a 4 or a 5 in the where we came from part, and maybe a 3 or a 4, or maybe somewhere between 2 and 4 on the what happens after death part.
Yeah, probably like a 3 because it's completely dependent on like whether it matters or not, kind of.
Okay.
And I don't know how to sort of put that into just that question, how it's phrased.
Yeah, it's a provocative question that is almost open-ended. I like it for that purpose.
I can imagine people who would fall into that, like for like a Christian, for example, or a theist, or maybe a theist or something.
If I believed that my afterlife was a lot better or a lot worse, depending on actions I took here, I would consider it to be very important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or maybe like if you believe in reincarnation or something like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's so. Afterlife can mean the next life. Sure.
I guess maybe like I'm sort of thinking out loud. It could be like your legacy, like what happens after death, like for example, like Hitler versus like some like person that we all love or something. Maybe that is like the sense I could take it, and therefore I think like your actions, what you do, like in the present, do sort of. Those are important to like consider about like what happens after your death. So it kind of just depends how we want to take the question, I guess.
Right. And really, I'm much more interested in your thoughts about the question than any specific score. The score is there just as a way to keep track of where we are on the thing. Okay, number 15. Believing something that is false is okay if it gives you comfort.
I'll just like think out loud, I guess. Like, so my thoughts are like, it's like that's sort of judging it on like a one. That's just sort of judging if it's okay on one thing, I guess. But for me, it's like it could be the case that it's like a cost-benefit analysis. So like, if you believe in something in it and you can somehow like determine it does you zero harm or does somebody else like zero harm whatsoever, if that's what we're like viewing as okay, but then the thing that comes into my head when I was like sort of thinking about that is, like the faulty epistemology could lead, if you use that in like other areas, could lead you to like other beliefs that are harmful.
Okay, so the knock-on effects of allowing any false epistemology override that in that one particular case there may be no measurable harm. The measurable harm is to your willingness to bend your epistemology.
Yeah, and like there are cases where like somebody could have a false belief and it just gives them comfort, and holding that belief just happens to like the faulty epistemology is just never. It's just never a case where it's used again in reality. So it's like it doesn't lead them to more measurable harm. Just so happens in that person's life, for example, and like in that case, like all it's done is given them comfort. And is it okay if it gives them comfort? Like so, but like overall, in general, I'd probably say it's not so good just because of like if you play it out so many times, it's not going to lead to that result very often.
Yeah. So where do I put you on the 1 to 5? Are you neutral or are you?
I'd say more in general. It's more like I guess it's more a 2. So that takes into account like niche cases, as you sort of said.
Okay. Next one. I give all claims the benefit of the doubt when I first encounter them.
I'd like to say I hope I do, but I know that I like don't. So, like if somebody's got some like very niche variation of like flat Earth or something, like their map is just slightly different. Like, I don't really give it the benefit of the doubt, to be honest, unless they like. I would give it the benefit of the doubt if like they had the evidence. But it's just like with the history, it's kind of like hand-waved until that point, and I don't think that point is going to happen. I'm happy if it did, but it's like I'm not expecting it to. So
what I'm hearing is that if a claim has been routinely debunked in the past in your experience, you are less likely to allow the benefit of the doubt for claims in that category.
Yeah.
That you are biased against claims that are similar to those that have been debunked repeatedly in your experience.
Yeah, I'd qualify it as like extremely similar, or almost like branches of, and it's more the roots of the branch that I have a problem with. So why would I not have a problem with this new branch of it?
Right. Okay, very good. Number 17. There's a word justified in here, so the same caveat, I'll accept your definition of justified. Someone is justified in their beliefs until they are proven wrong.
I kind of think it depends, like if they've got good reasons for their beliefs or not. If I'm thinking about this right. So like, if somebody's got a good reason for their belief, they might be just like, there might be things, for example, that we all believe now that like kind of, we've got them, we're leaning that way because of scientific evidence or something like that. But then we get like more up-to-date evidence and it sort of changes our view almost. And it's like, are we kind of justified in believing it at this point? Like, I would say, yeah, but it kind of depends if we're like claiming it to be like the case or whether we're like sort of just suggesting it almost. I don't know.
Yeah.
Belief.
Yeah, I think an extreme example of this would be somebody saying, sure, there are mermaids until you can prove to me there aren't. Sure, there's a Loch Ness monster. And I guess it, for me, this really comes down to what do you claim as justification? If you say, if I have any scanty positive evidence, I can have justification for believing a thing until I have corresponding negative evidence. And it may be that negative evidence is impossible. And so a 100-year-old picture that's fuzzy of a duck-like looking thing that was Loch Ness Monster would be reason to believe it. That kind of thing. And so I think this goes down on what do you call justification? Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of almost like there's that angle. It's kind of like that angle is kind of like trying to get at almost like burden of proof. Like if you're making a claim, do you have like a burden of proof to yourself until you're proven wrong? Like to me, but also there's the angle of like, what does belief mean? Does belief just mean like you're sort of going along with the evidence, the best evidence you've got, or does it mean that you're like 100% convinced and new evidence wouldn't change your mind?
If you introduce the dimension of a scale that could go up and down in the question, it almost changes the question compared to if you see belief as a binary choice.
Yeah, it's kind of like you could, from what it's almost like wordplay. It's almost like semantics, because like from one way I lay out the same sentence, you could either judge it as like a Bigfoot person, or you could you could see it as like from a scientist's point of view.
As far as I can tell, there isn't actually a teacher's answer key to this one. It is a Rorschach test. It's a Rorschach test on how you see some of the words that are being used because there's enough vague in there.
Yeah.
So back on number 16, because FK didn't get a number, would you? I think I read your 16 as 2. The 16 is I give all claims the benefit of the doubt when I first encounter them, and the answer is yes with reservation. So maybe that's a 4 or a 3.
Well, the answer is kind of like, I wish I did, but if I was to say that, I'd like be lying, because in reality, in practice, I actually don't do that. I'm kind of biased. I think kind of like the bias is in there for a justified reason. So I guess if we're taking it very literally, it would be a no answer. Like, do I give all claims the benefit of the doubt when I first encounter them? Well, no, I actually don't do that to all claims. So
sounds like a 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 18. The most important criteria for my beliefs is that they match reality.
Yeah, I guess it like completely depends on what reality is defined as. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. I have two questions from the audience. One is science a belief? So you say yes, science is a belief?
No, I don't really think so. I'm trying to think of any way that that could be interpreted that way. I see it as more like a tool or like a framework or like rules or like science can produce things that might lead you to beliefs. But yeah, I can't really imagine it being a belief anyway.
Yeah, I don't think it's a belief myself. I do have a belief in the usefulness of the scientific method. That's kind of meta. I do use a lot of science to help me form my beliefs. That's again like 2 more levels of meta. So I don't think science is the belief. I think it's the tool to get to it.
Yeah, exactly.
So Nathan asks, can someone use number 17 alone? That's the someone is justified in their beliefs until they're proven wrong to attain a high degree of confidence.
So my instinctual answer is no. I'm trying to think of like maybe some like science, like the one I'm kind of like trying to play devil's advocate with this question is some sort of like scientist who's like got a lot of some sort of like evidence for something, but it eventually just turns out to be wrong. And so like could a scientist
Newtonian
like
gravity.
Be like, sorry, say that again.
Newtonian gravity. It's very, very close to correct, but general relativity is correct for...
Yeah, like, so in that case, like, if we're talking about from a it's kind of like, what position are we looking at it from? From a neutral, we know absolutely nothing about gravity stands, or like looking back, like in retrospective from our position now, like it kind of changes it. Because if we start at like we know nothing about gravity, he got like so much, like he's gone like 90% of the way or something, right? But if you're looking back, you can say, oh, look at this floor, look at this floor, look at this floor, look at this floor. And you kind of focus on the 10% maybe, and it's such a big deal, that 10%. So, like, if you look at from the zero perspective, I'd say, like, that person, like, they'd be in a position where they're a lot more, like, they might be a lot more willing to say something like, yeah, this person was justified. Like, they got 90% of it right. Look how much they got right. But if you're looking back, you might be like, no, they were never justified. Look how much they got wrong. I don't know. It's kind of... So, and especially if you think about something that we like just take for granted now, like, I don't know, maybe like, I don't know, something to do with like particles or gravity, or like we could be completely wrong about it. And does that mean like we shouldn't teach like the current things that we know because we could be completely wrong? Or like, I'm not,
may have an intellect there.
Yeah, so we are on number 18. I want to put a bookmark in number 18. There's somebody who may be an interlocutor. I'm going to go engage. Thank you. Be back in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. I just wiped it down. Oh, good. Awesome.
We are live streaming.
Great.
Are you okay with being recorded and broadcast? Sure. There you go.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Distraction out of your way.
Sure.
Can you hear me okay? Hello?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I can. Just kind of speak as close as you can to that mic.
Yeah.
Perfect. What's your first name?
My name is Diamond.
Diamond?
Yes.
How do you spell that?
D-I-A-M-O-N-D.
Diamond. Okay, yeah.
Like a girl's best friend.
Yeah.
You know, any topic besides what you got on the board, I'd love to talk to you about.
Sure. Yeah, we have a few topics there. What were the topics again? It was
anything but the topic.
Oh, anything but those.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I have a few broad, open questions I can ask just to find a topic.
How about if I talk about my mom?
What do you mean?
How about if I talk about her?
I like to come up with a claim or some type of topic.
Okay.
That we can.
She passed about 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
And this was one of her favorite places I used to call her from.
from Echo Park.
Yeah, right here at the lake.
She's not living. She did not live here, and you called her from here.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm really sorry.
Yeah, it's one of the most incredible life changes you could ever go through, and but I honor her spirit with my spirit.
You honor your spirit.
Yes, yes, she was always a positive energy person, and but with that said, it's so very difficult to put yourself on that same level when you're grieving. So I do know that her not being here in the physical form is it doesn't, I don't get to hug her and kiss her, but I still have conversations with her. I still connect with her. And I've been dreaming about her since the day she died.
I feel like you have some type of connection with her.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Like the day she died, I dreamed that night, and she was sitting beautifully in the sunshine, watching nature. She loved nature.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then about 3 days later, well, actually, it was a week later at her funeral, that night, I dreamed of her, and I was sitting on the sofa in the dream. I'm sitting on the sofa, and she's wearing this white long dress, just dressed to the nines, and dancing to Celebrate. Celebrate good time. And she stuck her hand down, and I was sitting down. She stuck her hand down to me, and she got me off the sofa, and I started dancing. And then I woke up.
Wow.
So I just something I think is powerful. You know, when you lose someone, you're not really without them.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I can still feel you're very connected to her.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. She was an amazing force. She never met a stranger. Always spoke highly of people. Didn't matter what color, what creed, what nationality, where you were in life. Trash man to rich man, she didn't care.
Wow.
And she instilled that in me. And I love her so much.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I'm glad to share it with the audience. That's
yeah,
nice.
And thank you for letting me share my story. Her name was Betty Robertson.
Betty. And
just one hell of a positive person. And what I would say to you and your listeners, especially the female listeners, is she died of cervical cancer. And that is something that is 95% reversible if you catch it in the early stages. Okay. But my mother hated doctors. Yeah, and wouldn't go. And but it's something that's simple. You could have an annual test, and then you could reverse it. So hopefully somebody listening will
get your physicals, be healthy people.
That's right, be healthy.
Care about you.
Yes.
All right. Thanks again, Diamond. That's nice.
Thank you so much.
Love it.
You have a great weekend and a great Thanksgiving, okay?
Thanks, you too.
Take care now.
Later. Appreciate it. Back on that. Okay. You could tell he was grieving. Could have gone to some claims about afterlives and souls, but it did not feel like it would be a good time.
I agree with you, Reed, and as I said in chat, this person just wants to talk, and as he is mostly just about listening. I would suggest if anyone gets an interlocutor like this, just to listen to them, be there. Sometimes that's the best thing you can do for someone.
Yeah. So sad.
I think I just
revealed the
numbers.
The numbers below.
Oh boy,
We need to
it's
make,
getting closer and closer for me to make new ones.
yeah, we need to make new ones of these.
And
Yeah, you want to take a picture?
Yes. 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 That's fine.
Sure. I'll take a photo.
I'm going to look you up on YouTube. Good. Just push the top. Thank you.
Yeah.
I can't say smile.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it doesn't really
Yeah.
matter.
Thank you so much.
Smile with your eyes behind those sunglasses.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay, good. Thank you so much, you guys.
You're
Have a
welcome.
good
Thank
Thanksgiving.
you.
Sure, later.
So, in a case like this, what ideally, if you had no manufacturing constraints at all, what material would you want it made of on its surfaces?
What are my options? Metal, plastic?
Metal, plastic, painted, wood, carbon fiber,
Titanium alloys.
titanium. Yeah, we could make it in brushed titanium with some torch, coloration going on. Would you like it made out of platinum with little fleur-de-lis made out of gold? I mean, what kind of thing would be the most fun? Would you like it made out of Tic Tacs?
It'd be cool to be like heavy. Seems to imply value, and
Okay.
maybe metal, and
Okay.
because I like for this thing to be able to really stick whenever we get to a point. But that's not really materials. But that's just
it helps. It helps in the design.
Yeah, like this seems to stick okay, but I really want it to just really stick.
Okay. Well, I see how to do that in terms of a stack of washers and a bolt with a stuff like that kind of thing on it.
Reed, don't you think it's more representative of people's belief if it sticks a bit when moving?
Yeah, that's kind of what he's talking about. He wants it when it's held in place to not move.
Yeah, it seems okay.
And this one is a very good example of the friction in the system compared to the mass of the needle is very not movey, very stiction-y. And that part's good. That part's really good. Actually, I have almost no complaints over these other than the potential durability and washability.
Yeah.
Out of straw, yeah. Steel and straw. Yeah.
I don't really like the blue color.
Okay. Not blue. Okay.
I do like the black and white and the
The
gray.
gradient.
Gradient.
I like the gradient, yes.
Should it be black on the right or white on the right? If the right is positive affirmation, should it be switched? Should it be different?
So I ask you, crowd, if you didn't have a right-left bias, so I could put it in all sorts of different ways, would you think the positive belief is more likely white or black? I know. I'm asking a group of street epistemologists about frickin' black and white thinking. You guys are not going to know. That was a pun.
Say maybe white.
Maybe white?
White is the one that holds the claim because is filled with color, and black is the absence of the color, so it's the absence of the claim.
If like space,
Okay.
Space is the void, space is the absence of something.
Okay, so I hear you saying that white is in favor of the claim and black is against the claim.
Yeah.
And that is that right?
So
Yeah.
switch it.
Yeah. Okay.
What about
Any other-
color
any
doesn't
other
matter,
votes?
but moving the
It
needle
makes
to
me
the
feel
right
more
is more
comfortable when you hold it
positive.
upside down.
Is that because of the direction we think? That's a
What about
that's a positive result?
moving the
Left
needle
or
to the
right.
right
result.
would be more positive regardless of color?
Okay.
Yeah.
So we want to stick with the right side being the positive, and so far I'm hearing at least one vote to reverse the gradient. Do we like the gradient?
Gradient is good. Color doesn't matter which is positive or negative, though.
The black and the white, you don't care.
Right.
Should the
It's a
gradient
matter
go
of,
along?
to me, that when you move
Yes.
the needle to
Yeah,
the
I'm
right,
planning
that's
to
more
do that.
positive.
Yeah,
I'm
'cause it's like a
planning- I'm planning
progress
to have the
bar or a
gradient
loading
operate
bar.
in this rather than this axis.
Okay.
But that that's just something that I would show in Photoshop and let you decide. Do you like this better than that? I was going to leave that open for later.
So have like a tube.
And by Photoshop, I mean GIMP, because I'm cheap. Anyway.
I personally prefer the old school read version of having vertical and going from down to up, and there is no things in
Like
in
that?
terms of not like
Okay.
strictly vertical. He used to do it in like drawing in his whiteboard with sticker. I think that's
okay.
much more universal. Everyone sees going up as something positive. Left to right, it depends on the reading direction, and colors is always.
That's right. Other people read the opposite way. That's
Interesting.
right.
Also,
Okay,
I make a motion that you are banned from holding it upside down because it's like a crime against humanity. Just like chalk on
Doing
nails
this
on the
is bad?
chalkboard is. Oh
Okay.
no,
All right.
it's just. Oh, there we go. There we
Yeah.
go.
Okay.
Peace again.
All right.
Peace again.
I'll try to remember not to. Okay.
Oh no, there we go.
Thank you. Thank you for that feedback. All right. So, yes, we
with
will
your
consider how best to make these. I have a. I'm thinking about actually making them the expensive candy bar thick.
What?
Expensive candy bar thick. An expensive candy bar costs $1 and it's about that thick.
Okay.
Okay. In terms of hand filling this, that also gives me the room to have like a T-nut and a screw to do this little tensioning thing so that I can have a clutch that I can control and calibrate little brass. Anyway, I'm over-engineering it already. No. FK wants the drone in everything. I understand. I totally get it.
I dropped off my controller, so it'll be a few weeks at least.
It'll be a few weeks. I'm a little interested in that drone because I heard they changed the rules a little bit, and it's a lot easier to fly one that is 249 grams or less than the ones that are larger that now require like an FAA number written on the thing and the this and that, or you can get a fine.
Is a Phantom 4 less than 250 grams?
The one you have is not less than 250 grams. They do have a version of it now that is 249 grams.
Of the
They got like the Mavic Airs.
Yeah, like a Mavic.
It's like a Mavic Mini
or
or
like
something.
a
Mini? Okay.
Yeah, Mavic Mini 2, I think, is out now. Maybe.
Maybe I should just get that one.
Just
yeah, maybe.
Just get.
Yes. Yep. Yes. Thank you, Edison. And
going.
When we're ready.
Have you ever done any FPV read?
FPV, first person
viewing?
Yeah, first person view drone or like racing drones, that sort of thing. Freestyle drones.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Because those you
So,
can build to be less than 250. So.
Yeah, I think Addison's answer on 17 was.
It kind of depends who the question is. Sort of like who's the subject of the question for me. But if it's like a Bigfoot expert, then no. If it's like a scientist, like it could be. We're talking about. The subject could be like gravity or something, and we could all be wrong. Then, well, we're kind of justified at this point. So, my answer is in the middle. I guess.
Yeah, in the middle, because you can find examples on both sides, and it sounds like you have an underdetermination problem. You needed more information in order to answer, because the things that would allow you to know are outside the question. Okay, that's fine. Number 18 that's where we had a pin in it. The most important criteria for my beliefs is that they match reality. Where do you stand on that? Is that your most important criteria?
I just feel like it's a necessary criteria.
Okay.
like I can't
good.
really
Okay.
understand how it wouldn't be necessary for them to like create, like, or it. The most important.
Somebody had a really big attachment to noble truth, believing things for utilitarian reasons and by consequence and because of comfort and that kind of thing. I think they would have to take that it matches reality out of the position of first importance. And I think you don't.
Okay.
I think you leave it in first
I see
importance.
what you're saying, right?
But
if reality somehow like caused harm, like, how do I even phrase this? My most important criteria for my beliefs is that they match reality. Like, could it be that it's more important that my beliefs are like whether they do harm or not, and if my beliefs match reality, then it might be more harmful than if they didn't? Is that sort of what you were kind of saying?
your beliefs match reality. In some cases, might they be more harmful than if they didn't match reality?
So, like a utilitarian would say, like that's not as important as like them doing harm bit.
Okay. If they could have a false belief that would make them do less harm than a true belief, they would say that the false belief was better, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering, like, do I have any areas where that would like kind of come into play for me? I'm kind of unsure on that one.
That's fine.
I'd say probably, yeah, most of the time, like, this is important, but
Most of the time. So 4-ish.
I don't want to like, I kind of don't want to commit to it 100% because like I feel like this could be an area where like that would be dangerous, or it could be dangerous. Yeah, like could lead to dangerous things. So
interesting.
Like I kind of feel like maybe
if you come up with any examples, I would love for you to throw them back at me. My DMs are open.
Like especially like the utilitarian arguments, like that you were mentioning. Like I kind of like my stance is like, oh, that's kind of a point. But I don't know if like, I kind of don't know how to judge it almost. Like it's like,
yeah,
just sort of considering it, and it doesn't really spring out as like, oh, that's kind of wrong. But it's kind of like, oh, it doesn't really fit exactly into like my sort of thinking. So I'm kind of unsure how to like slot it in, like how to measure it up against this. Because my stance is usually generally like, yeah. And I'm kind of wondering, oh, is there some case, where like the utilitarian argument is so strong that I'm like, I don't want to do this level of harm. If they could make a case that it would be doing harm to a degree. Like especially, it's kind of hard to like think of an example, but if you could think of like maybe our reality is the case where like there's something to find out about it, and if we found that out, it would cause like it could cause harm. That's a lot easier to imagine.
Okay. Number 19. I often investigate beliefs that do not match my own. I have a cheat on this one. My answer on this one, it's real easy. You do SE. It's inevitable.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. So did we mute you out somehow?
It just froze for me on my end, so apologies.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah. So number 19, I often investigate beliefs that do not match my own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I strongly agree.
Good. Number 5. 20. I am comfortable with saying, I don't know.
Strongly agree.
Okay. Number 21. It is beneficial to find out when I am wrong about something.
Yeah, I'd strongly agree.
Yeah.
I think I may be
Number
like
22. I will
watch too much sci-fi.
Okay.
Oh,
Ah,
oh, you're back. I can hear you now. Sorry for that.
watch too much sci-fi, so that changes the beneficial to find out when I'm wrong about something.
Yeah, because like if, for example, like I found out like I was in the Matrix or like I'm a cyborg or something, maybe I'd be better off not knowing, finding it out. But like the only examples I ever think of like that are contradictory are always just like in this weird sci-fi realm that are like kind of not really,
Sure.
possible.
Yeah, I can definitely say it is beneficial to me in general to find out that I'm wrong, and I could find certain examples of things that I could learn that I did not know, and therefore I was wrong about. That would be very inconvenient, no question about it. I could learn
But,
that
like,
somebody
what, for
who was
example,
my friend was
let's-
actually doing was actually only in the relationship for ulterior purposes, and they're dumping me now and I'm really annoyed. But that's not me. That's not about me learning that I was wrong. It's about something bad happening.
Yeah.
I think.
But like,
yeah.
let's say it's the case that you're a cyborg and you finding out like causes like, I don't know, some like how do you you can't process it or something. Then it would actually be like it could be like, unbeneficial to find out that you're wrong about that.
I think in the extreme example, I could learn that I am not in a simulation, which ends the simulation for me and for you.
Right. I'm trying to think if there's like maybe a better non-sci-fi thing, like maybe like a God belief or something, where like it would be unbeneficial to find out that you're wrong, I guess.
I believe that right now I do not have COVID. If I found out I was wrong, that would be very unbeneficial.
Well, again, it's all like weird like definitions, isn't it? Like, is it beneficial to your like ability to survive? You might like.
It would be very beneficial for me to learn that I was wrong. It would be very unfortunate. But still, I would so want to know. Yeah.
Yeah, I think but like there's some weird like again niche cases that I can like imagine up where I like literally by definition, like let's say you find out and it like ends a simulation, like you said, where that wouldn't be beneficial.
Yeah.
So yeah, mostly right. Yeah. But like in some weird niche cases, no.
Yeah. Number 22. No, yeah, it's almost the same thing. I will abandon a belief if I discover reliable information that falsifies it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
number 23.
I will abandon. Like, this is something that I kind of have thought about a couple, like sometimes, like the sort of what would you call them? Like, almost, well, maybe nihilist sort of stuff, like Matrix or like Truman Show or like something like that. How much evidence would it take me to actually believe something like that was happening and I wasn't like deluded or like it'd take like it would take like like such a big amount of evidence, but like I don't know if I would. I could like it's almost like trying to. It's like almost like I feel a bit like. Is egotistical the right word? Like almost like I'm claiming I'd be perfectly able to like fully like if it was some like mind-shattering belief that I was like having such a hard time comprehending, I might fall victim to just like trying to like stay in what this reality that I know now or something like that, right? And maybe I would hope that I wouldn't, but it's like if it was that mind breaking or something, like would I actually do it? Could I do it?
So I'm going to give you a hypothetical. Snap. You're suddenly awake in a place with very bad green fluorescent lighting because it's outside of the matrix, and you don't look nearly as good as you think you look. And somebody's pulling a thing out of the back of your head, and you're going, "Holy crap! What?" But how do I know this isn't a perfectly, a very, a dream? So.
That that I'm not on drugs or something, or.
Right. So I have a way, and I like it for future testable predictions. Now, I'm outside of the matrix, and I hand you a list of all of the sporting events for next week and where the car accidents are going to happen in the city you're in over the next week, plus several other kinds of things that people wouldn't set up and really couldn't set up. And maybe the next 30 dice rolls that you're going to roll once you wake up in the other environment. And then I put you back in, and you're able to test all those things. Now, do you believe me? Is that enough evidence?
Do I have to believe the claim is like you're in the Matrix because like you could be like some, I don't know, ninja time traveler?
Sure, I could be a ninja time traveler, but the thing that you'd have to believe is that there is
you have knowledge about my world that somehow
is outside of this one, and in that area, I have knowledge about the future of this one that you don't and can't have in this one, and I give it to you.
I don't know whether I'd be able to accept that I'm like out of that reality. Like if you could do that, and what I'd be left with is knowing that you have information about the reality I'm in, and that's what I would be able to confirm. But I don't know, like, how would I prove that the area that I'm waking up in is like some new separate reality?
Nope. The only proof, the only thing I'm proving is that I have that information and can give it to you. But if I can make future testable predictions about your dice rolls, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah. I think, is there any like control that you can do? Because I'm trying to figure out how would you convince me that you're in, that it's some sort of matrix versus you're like observing time travel or something like that. Like if you could somehow like change history, that might be possible. Like if you could change history in a way that I would just instantly know, oh, this is nuts, and everybody's going along with it, I would have to believe either that I'm delusional or that like this is actually a matrix that you can change. Like if you changed it so that like somebody else won a war, or like Neanderthals are the predominant race or something,
roll the simulation back, play it back in a different way, in the way that you asked me to change it, and then you could go experience it, knowing both realities or knowing the other reality.
Exactly.
Create the
like
Mandela
if you sent me
effect
back
for
then,
you.
I'd have to narrow it down. Like that would exclude the time traveling sort of ninja person, I guess, because it would be like a request of me. Like unless the ninja knows that like somehow I'm going to request that and then can like set that up. It's still, they'd have to be like a matrix controller. So yeah, that excludes like the ninja time traveler who's just observing stuff and able to report it to me. But I don't know how it separates like I'm delusional, someone's injected me with drugs, I've had a mental break. And like those things, like I know all of those things happen, and it's like, how would I ever convince myself that that isn't happening to me if I know those things can happen? And this thing is so mind-boggling that I don't have an example ever of it happening. Could I actually convince myself it's more likely than I'm having a mental break or something like that? I'm on drugs, Like I'd be at the point where like just before being convinced, my mind would like tell me, oh, but you could be in like a K-hole and like 1 second could feel like 6 generations of lifetimes, whatever, right? So, because I'd be, if you left me in that new reality long enough so that I had to accept it, I might be sort of crossing the boundary almost. But then how do I rule out that, I'm like not just in some K-hole or like Captain Picard, like sort of dream state thing that he went into and experienced a full life in. I think it's the probe that sort of wanted their civilization to be remembered. Like, how do I know I'm not in something like that? How do I
actual
ever?
son in real life played one of the roles.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
So, like,
his son played
I have
his
examples
son
of
in
those.
that one.
I just feel like it'd be so hard to convince me, even if it was like reliable.
I don't need to convince you all the way to the white. Sorry, the white, because you like the white. I wouldn't need to convince you all the way to the white if I could just pull you back. If I could give you the sliver of doubt off of here, it'd be very easy to get me up to here.
Well, I think it'd be very easy to like make me doubt it. Like if you dragged me into this new altered past reality, right? I'd be like, what was my past? What did I just experience? It isn't what I like think it is. And this new information, this new thing that I'm experiencing falsifies it completely. But like it's whether I would it's kind of weird because like I'm basing everything on what I've experienced. And the thing that I'm like objecting to is the new experience. So
it's a fascinating thing to figure out how much should move you how far. That's a really fun hypothetical. We've got about 4 minutes to get through 2 more questions. Number 23. I look for more information. No, I appreciate it. It's very fulfilling. It fulfills the desire I have for this. Number 23. I look for more information before I accept something as true.
Yeah, as long as it's not like some sort of axiomatic thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Or something.
And number 24. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Something about axiom.
No, I think I was going to misspeak. So yeah.
Okay. Number 24. It is possible that some of my beliefs are not true.
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Okay. That's the whole thing. I open this to the room if you have any questions further. I managed to get to all of my questions and comments during. Okay. So thank you for doing this thing with me. I understand how you think.
I just wanted to say thank you for going through it because I've like looked at this survey quite a few times and had a few like, what does this question mean? What exactly is this question asking? And it's good to actually bounce that off against somebody. So yeah, thank you.
Indeed. Okay, Reed, you had a desire to do a thing.
Yeah, we got 20 minutes left. Want to do another 20-minute game show round test?
Sure. And if somebody comes up, do we interrupt or do we just steal through that we're in the middle of something?
I doubt anyone will come up, but if they do, yeah, we'll pause.
Yeah.
We'll just cancel it.
I think I have learned something today, that the both of us sitting at the table paying attention to each other, and a lot of people come by, get a little interested, and they'll come back. Yeah. And they're looking for an opening. So we have not made it look open, I think.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is leading me to think that we might want a third station in which we could interact.
Other table back and put the table there.
Yeah, if you had your iPad,
that would be cool.
At the cart.
Yeah.
And just leave it there. A, we could use its camera.
Yeah.
And B, we could rig a microphone there. The wireless, let the wireless stand there, and let us interact like we're doing right now with an open slot.
Yeah.
For those areas, not like the game show test. For those areas where we could easily interrupt, and the game show test will do this to lock the table out.
I'll put my table back in my car then. Right?
Maybe.
What other table would you want to do?
I was thinking about having creating a narrow tabletop that clamps onto the top of the cart.
Oh, what? A table on top of the cart?
So imagine I have a narrow tabletop as wide as the top of the cart.
Okay.
It's as long as the top of the cart and clamps on each end, so it's not going to come loose. And then you can put the pad on it and stand to one side of the cart or behind it or wherever you like relative to the cart.
Okay.
Behind the wide camera.
Okay.
That might have some wiggle the wide camera effect. Actually, I think that iPad might become the wide camera.
Okay.
We'll talk about this.
We'll talk
You have
about
a
it.
game show thing that
Yeah.
you'd like to do. Let's do that game show thing.
Can we make an announcement on the server? I think there's a bunch of other people in Lounge too that might want to try this as well.
Mm-hmm.
Or just some kind of tag. What's the best tag to do? Practice SE or something? Or SE Live? There's a tag probably. Or just here. Let me do it here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hey everybody, come join live. Oh,
We may have an interlocutor.
No.
No, wait, no. That's fine.
come join live show voice to help beta test a new critical thinking game show idea. Game show we're working on. Thanks.
And this time I'm going to try not to participate. I think me jumping in and out was less convenient.
Okay. Everybody, if you're free, come join live show voice to help beta test a new beta test.
Better than nothing.
Beta test a new critical thinking game show we're working on. Thanks. By using here, you're about to mention 4,300 plus people. Is that not a good thing to do? Okay. Okay. So let's make some more claims. What was the other claim we had before that had a bunch of ups and downs?
Scroll.
Should all college debt
All
college debt should be okay. I'll do this again. I'll do another one. Oh, there you go. Let's do it one at a time, right? Or did you do it as one thing?
You did it one at a time so that there could be individual votes. If you tried to do it as all one go, we wouldn't have separate responses.
Okay. I'll let you copy those. We already did animals. Eating animals is ethical. What other claims should we do? How about this claim? Everyone should take the COVID-19 vaccine when it's available.
I like that one. Ooh, religion should be taught in schools. Okay, well, there's 5. And only one of them. Don't give both the thumbs up and thumbs down.
Yeah.
The idea is not necessarily that you are firmly convinced on this, but that you would be willing and happy to work on the team giving reasons for that position. And then being able to steelman the reasons that you might expect the other team would give as reasons for their side.
Thanks, Addison.
Thank you, Addison. Yeah.
Any other claims? Let's see.
I haven't juggled at all today. Free will exists. Okay, there's a 7th claim. I claim that we are parked right over there. I can see the van, so I get greater confidence.
I'm parked right there.
You're parked right. Can I see you? Are you on the near side or the far side?
Next to that really big tree.
You're on the near side.
Near side.
Okay. Yeah, when we tried to find parking, there were no open slots on that side that we could find. So,
oh, really?
But we were only here a few minutes apart. Maybe we were just selecting. No, thank you for the juggling balls.
There's no
Can I
one
trade
voting.
you this one?
Did we run out of people willing to participate?
I don't know. In doing so, we ended up bringing all the gear in one go.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. So Kimberly and I pack muled at something fierce. I had a backpack and a front pack, and then I had 2 bags bungeed across my shoulders, a table under one hand, and 3 tripods under the other.
Oh my God.
And Kimberly was similarly loaded down. I still had to ask her to slow down a little bit. You know, like I had to pace down 10%. I can't keep up with this. And we stopped in the shade 5 times.
Well, those kind of carts are really great to have.
Yeah, those kind of carts are pretty nice.
I guess no one wants to participate.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh well.
What would a freestyle or FPV drone do that a DJI drone does not do? And what does a DJI drone do that an FPV drone does not do? Is it quality of camera? Is it one is much more agile and quick than the other, perhaps?
So
is there a hang time difference?
If you think about like what you'd like think of like a Phantom or like a Mavic or those sort of drones, they're a lot more sort of like consumer friendly. They're kind of like, I'd call them with stabilizers on. So they have these sort of features that you just don't find on racing or freestyle drones or FPV drones. Things like following a user. You could put modules onto the other types of drones, but it's like nobody really wants them, so they don't. So you tend not to find them on FPV drones.
Okay.
Things like GPS, things like camera modules that have sort of AI built into them. Like you can hold your hand in a certain way and it'll take a selfie and things like that. All of those things will be absent on an FPV drone usually.
Yeah.
And in an FPV drone,
that's the first one I didn't care about that you've mentioned.
So in the FPV
all the other ones I want. I want
drones,
those.
Well, they generally lack those because they add a lot of weight. And with FPV racing drones, or if you're wanting to do freestyle type of flying, the biggest like hurdle is weight. How do you reduce weight? And so it's a lot more like how an F1 car would be sort of tuned. So you've got a lot more efficient motors. It's all to do with sort of the feeling of flying. It's more like you're doing it for the thrill of flying rather than to maybe capture photography or some other uses of drones are like more commercial, I guess.
Yep. I'll take the one with training wheels. A lot.
Yeah.
Yep, that's me. I want the training wheels. My wife Naya has a tiny little drone, kind of an indoorish drone that I have flown some, and it has almost none of those stabilizer kind of things on it. It is very raw, and I relatively suck at flying it. I can discharge 6 or 7 batteries in a practice session, flying for like 7 minutes at a time. As I said, this big. It's a little tiny thing. And I can run down through all the batteries in my practice and get to the place where at the end I'm mostly hovering okay within a basket this big in the room. But it's going to take a lot more training before I could ever deal with any kind of wind or trying to do anything more than hover, land, move across the room, land on a spot, that kind of thing.
Well,
Whereas
if it's
with
an
something like the
indoors,
DVI, I think it's really easy.
Yeah. Well, if it's an indoors drone, you probably wouldn't want to take it outside to the wind. The propellers aren't able to handle it in the motors. And you call those tiny whoop drones, or if they're a little bit bigger, you call them a toothpick drone. And they use generally 1S or 2S batteries. And yeah, you can go through those batteries like crazy. And yeah, like, so the thing is with the tiny whoops, when you first saw them come onto the market, they were basically like, oh, sorry, is somebody saying something? Oh, sorry, I'll continue unless. Okay. Yeah, when they first came onto the market, the little tiny books, they were basically like toys, and they had like a lot of they had very simple controllers, and they were almost like game controllers, but very like simplified, like knockoff game controllers. They weren't very like good quality. I don't know if you remember at the same time, like you had those very small miniature helicopters that came out as well. And unless you paid like a very expensive amount for them, they were basically just toys and they didn't fly very well. But in the recent years, you've got them that they're basically just like miniature racing or freestyle drones, and they're able to do like all these fancy flips, and they're very like controllable. But because they're like miniature versions of the racing and the freestyle drones, they don't have those like built-in stabilizers that you might find.
Fancy, the training wheels.
Yeah, so you've gone from a state where like they were hard to fly because they were useless, and now they're hard to fly because they're like so twitchy and good, I guess.
A high-strung racehorse. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
So, Bogno Mask, what's this new game you mentioned? Reed, would you like to describe, or should I?
Yeah, it's like a game where people on opposite sides of a position are kind of tested to see if they can accurately represent the opposite side's reasons accurately. It's kind of like it's called Steel or Straw, like Steel Man or Straw Man. So it's just a way to test people's knowledge on certain things.
So what we would do is state a claim and then see if we have enough people both on the up and the downside of any particular claim. And if we have enough, then they would separate into teams and give us up to 5 reasons in favor of their position. And then we would hear all those reasons and hang on to them. Now, each team is cannot hear each other. Got to keep the teams from being able to hear each other.
They're blinded.
And deaf and that kind of thing. But they can talk to each other. They can collaborate. So they collaboratively come up with up to 5 reasons each. We hear those reasons, and then they go back, they bring them back in, and they come up with up to as many reasons as they gave, so maximum of 5. They can have steelman attempts where they give a reason they think the other side gave, and points are awarded if they manage to understand the reasons the other side gave. That kind of thing.
Yeah, it seemed to work out pretty well last time.
Yeah. But we're still working out, especially the point system is a little, how do I say, open to revision. Probably has room for improvement.
So I just came back. Sorry, I was gone. I was like making a lunch. But one thing that occurred to me, maybe people can wager whether or not their reason will be accepted by the other person or guessed by the other person. And like you can wager the winnings of the points allocated to, like let's say you think, like last time we did the game, it was about the ethics of eating meat. So you can say, I think that they're going to guess this. This is a common reason, and I wager my points. If they don't, or you could say like, I don't think that they'll think of this reason, so I wager my points. And if they don't think of it, then you get double points. That's just an idea, something I thought about.
Interesting. Yeah, that could be a potential
what do you guys
way to make it more interesting.
What do you guys think to the idea of like, when you guess one that they haven't thought of? That kind of seems like it's a hard thing to do.
Everybody.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for sitting down.
For sure. Hello.
Hi, how's it going? Who is that there?
This is Nala the Pity.
Nala the Pity, love it. Cool. Do you want to do headphones? It's a little easier to hear.
All right.
Cool. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. What was your first name?
My name's Leon.
Leon, gotcha. My name is Reed. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Reed.
Yeah, thanks for sitting down again. Do you come to the park often with Nala?
This is actually my first time taking her to this park. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I haven't been to Echo Park in actually some time now. So.
Yeah. Cool, sweet. Where do you usually take her?
Actually, I just moved to Los Angeles a couple months ago.
Oh yeah.
So just kind of like going to different parks and stuff like that.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's a pretty nice one. Got the swan boats and everything.
Yeah. It's really nice over here. I've been out here before, but it's been a while. So.
Cool, sweet.
Yeah.
So did any of those topics over there strike your fancy to talk about, or what would you like to talk about?
We could talk about any of them. We could talk about the police one. I think that one is something I think about a lot, but then we could talk about any of them as well.
That's an interesting one. I haven't talked to anybody with that one yet.
Really?
That's a fresh topic. So yeah, what was the topic exactly? It was like, is the police a threat to anyone's lives?
Yeah. So
how long you want to talk about that for? Does it matter?
I mean, it doesn't matter. We can talk about it for however long as y'all want to talk about it for.
Okay.
That's interesting that you didn't get too many of that today, though, because I figure in Los Angeles, it's a hot topic.
Yeah, we just haven't had much people sit down today. But
I got you.
And it's a fresh question. But it is a fresh topic in LA for sure.
All right.
And I guess, should we clarify the question anymore? Are the words clear?
Yeah, I mean, I think the question is pretty clear, right? Are the police a threat to anyone's lives?
Yeah.
Is that the wording for it? Did I get that correctly?
Yeah, I think that's the right wording.
I mean, I think you'd be hard pressed for anybody to say no to that just that wording, right? Because the institution, the function of the police, it's inherently about criminals or criminality, right? So then it's about the idea of protecting people's lives based on the threat of stopping criminals, right? Or that's the idea.
Yeah. So
right?
It's like they should be a threat to criminal lives, I would assume.
Or certain lives, right? Certain lives that are marked as criminals.
Certain lives are marked as criminals.
Yeah. So ideas of criminality, criminality, all of that stuff, they're social constructions, right? So, the institution of the police ultimately is to protect property first and foremost. So then to these ideas of criminality then therefore becomes threats to property. Those are the lives that become threatened.
Yeah, we have certain ideas, social constructions that relate to laws, and then the police enforce the laws, and certain people are potentially have laws applied to them more often or something.
Right. I mean, if the police were never going to be a threat for anybody's lives, they wouldn't need to be militarized. They wouldn't need to have weaponry, right? So that in itself that it guarantees violence, right, of some kind.
There's a connection between like the militarization of the police system, of police in certain police based on the certain laws that they try to enforce. Something. Okay.
Well, just having those weapons, right, and the militarization of police it's the police as the institution. So obviously some precincts will have more militarized weapons than others, but all of them are militarized, right, in the sense that they have military weapons, right?
Yeah, so I've got a little confidence scale there. If all the way to the right flag is absolutely yes, the police are a threat to some people's lives, or all the way to the left no, where would your current confidence be?
Completely to the right.
Completely to the right?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. And what are some of the reasons that get you to that level of confidence? What is the main reason?
Well, I mean, if you just look at any kind of data on police killings, right, it guarantees that police will enact violence on people, and the ideas of just or rationale can be brought up after the fact, but lives have been threatened and are continued to be threatened by police presence. Whether or not you agree that violence is justified doesn't excuse that there was a threat and also ongoing presence of violence.
Yeah, so the threat aspect of the question is like their police have killed some people, and they and that being killed is a threat to someone's life.
Right. And it's just the rationale is pretty much like, oh, but that person was a criminal or could have been a criminal and all these different things. That doesn't excuse the violence itself, though, right?
It doesn't excuse the violence. The crime doesn't excuse the violence from the police.
Well, because crime, it's usually after the fact, right? That it's the kind of like discourses of whether or not that person committed a crime comes typically after the fact, after the police killing.
Yeah, we can't have pre-crime or like judge someone that is,
Right. The judgment is just whether or not that violence is justified. But then the violence occurs, right? So the threat is that the police are able to enact these violences with impunity. They're not even held accountable, right? Because of laws that protect police and institutions of policing altogether, right?
Right. So let's try to wonder about the police and these ideas of justified violence from the police, something around that type of question. It's like, how would the world need to be different for a police or the police system to not be a threat to anyone's lives?
Right.
What would the world need to look like?
Right. So, I mean, these discourses are very popular, as especially in 2020. Right now, it's kind of dwindling down a little bit, right? But I'm 100% for defunding the police. Defunding the police, for some people, they see it as just like, okay, we're going to weaken that institution so that at least that we could start strengthening institutions that, number one, strengthen the community. So community forms of accountability, and also ways of, like, if the institution of police is weaker, we as a community can have stronger structures to demand for accountability, right? So when there's an unjust killing, or when there's a killing altogether, when there didn't need to be, there can be more systems in place to hold the police accountable. Some people argue for that. Some people think of it as a way of it's a precursor, or it's a step towards abolition of police, which is something that I'm more in favor of, because if we look at the history of police coming from slave catching, right, as community patrols of white supremacists, volunteering their time, but also kind of a fraternity of brotherhood of sorts, where it's like it's volunteering your time, but you kind of have to do it if you want to join our club, kind of thing, right?
Gotcha. So I really want to understand this position and where you're coming from. I'm going to try to repeat back what I'm hearing you say.
Okay.
So, like, the police are a powerful institution because of the funding that they get, and they have a lot of power that way. And if we started to defund the police and potentially abolish the police, there's like a trade-off between the police's power and the community's ability to get accountability with the police.
Okay.
Whatever they do. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
So I guess here, let me try to clarify it a little bit. I guess if we're talking about a world without police as the end goal, and then just like the steps that we take towards that, right? Because I think people always kind of posit, oh, how can we imagine a world without police and all that stuff, right? The worlds without police are typically already there in the wealthier neighborhoods, right? Like, there's not a huge police presence in those neighborhoods, because in those areas, because they pay higher taxes, right? Because ultimately the police function is to protect property. Accountability measures are put in place, right? So if we can start by implementing those accountability measures, and then in order for us to do that, defunding the police is one of the ways to do it.
Which accountability measures are in like wealthy neighborhoods?
Well, because if a police officer unjustly kills somebody in a rich neighborhood, right? There tends to be higher consequences, because the idea is the police is supposed to protect those neighborhoods. It's harder for them to justify discourses on criminality in neighborhoods that have more wealth.
Discourses of criminality?
What
do you mean by that?
So conversations around who is perceived as naturalized as the criminal, right? Whoever is thought of to be as the criminal, whether or not they committed a criminal act.
So the discourses of wealthy communities are not a discourse of criminality? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, they're not thought of to be criminals, right? Wealthy neighborhoods are thought of as the areas that the police are meant to protect, right? Versus areas where are subjected to policing tend to be the poorer neighborhoods, right? Where it's easier for police to get away with those forms of violence against those neighborhoods than it is in wealthier neighborhoods.
It relates to kind of like a stereotype of the certain areas.
Sure, it relates to stereotypes. It also relates to kind of longer discourses about race and the history of police as an institution that's predicated on slave catching in the first place, right?
And what does that slave catching versus modern day police systems? How do those relate?
So it's part of a genealogy, or it's part of a lineage, right? You also think about Los Angeles police. There's these histories of really racist recruiting, right? Like, they recruited a lot of white folks from the South. I forgot which year, but there's a long history of that in LAPD, right? Bringing folks that's not from those communities into communities of color and having the power over their lives, right? And subjecting them to deeper policing, because those are the areas that are more deeply impoverished, because naturally areas that are impoverished would have more petty crimes, right? Because petty crimes allude more to survival, right? So instead of addressing systemic poverty, we just throw more policing at them, right? Versus in the wealthy neighborhoods, because they're not impoverished, right? They don't have these long. When I say discourses, I really mean like even like academic literature and politicians, and like the Moynihan Report, all these different things that kind of blamed poor people for their own problems, versus thinking about institutional racism and institutionalized poverty, right?
Okay, institutional and systemic. These are kind of discourses, ways of talking about certain issues like crime and certain groups of people, certain areas, wealth, and all this stuff. Okay. So abolishing the police seems to be a goal, like getting rid of the entire police system because of its connection, its genealogy, its lineage.
Right, because of it as an arm for white supremacist colonial capitalism, right?
It's an arm of those. Are those like discourses as well?
Well, discourses are just more so like prevailing popular conversations on it, right?
Okay.
So what I'm talking about is the structure of capitalism as we know it exists under these histories and ongoing continuations of colonialism, right? So the police has always been an arm of that, enforcing these huge disparities of wealth based on race, but then usually the discourse on race can change, right? Like usually they'll use different words in place of race. They'll use like culture. They'll use things like, oh, they're poor, right? They're part of an inferior culture or part of a culture of crime.
These are reasons some people would give for explaining the disparities in terms of outcomes of certain criteria, like wealth and crime rates or something.
Right.
Okay. Where should we go with this conversation? But a lot of stuff here. What do you come to the park often?
No. This is the first time in a while.
Here. Right. Well, we like to try to be here every Tuesday and Friday from 12 to 4, and this is a really fascinating topic to me, and I'd love to continue it. But
what are your thoughts?
What are
your thoughts?
I guess. What are my thoughts? What is the question we're talking about now? It's like, should we abolish the police?
I think it's still the same question. Are police a threat?
Are police a threat to anyone's lives?
Yeah, and that was the wording in the question in particular, right? In anyone's lives, right?
Yeah, I guess like on average, like I guess it depends on who and when in the context and what situation. Yeah, they are a threat to someone's life if they're committing a violent crime, like if they're trying to murder someone.
Or what about Breonna Taylor? What about George Floyd? What about Oscar Grant? What about the names are endless, right?
Yeah, like George Floyd. I think that's one of the main catalysts for the Black Lives Matter movement.
No, well, Black Lives Matter existed before George Floyd, right? But George Floyd was a tipping point, right?
A tipping point, yeah.
Yeah, and then Breonna Taylor was also another. All of these are tipping points, right? Yeah. But to say that they're not is that a threat to anyone's lives is to discount the lives that's been taken, right? Or not discount, but make light of the lives that's been taken.
Yeah, I would consider those police shootings and killings to be highly nuanced, and I don't think they are straightforwardly a result of a racist or corrupt or intentionally hostile police system.
Sure. Okay. Even if we take that out of the equation, are they a threat to their lives?
No.
To Breonna Taylor's life? Police has never been a threat to Breonna Taylor's life?
In hindsight, based on what happened, it is obviously a threat to their life. If we rewound time and we go back to like that night, what could have happened differently? What could the police have done differently and better? What could Breonna Taylor and her boyfriend done differently and better?
I think that's why would we need to ask what they could have done better, or Breonna Taylor and her boyfriend, right? Because they are the victims in this, right? They didn't do anything wrong. They were sleeping.
Did they not do anything wrong?
They didn't. I mean, even if they did something wrong, did that justify killing them, right? Especially because the crime that they were after was from somebody else that they already arrested earlier that day, right? That was the details of the case, right? So I think it's highly offensive to ask if Breonna Taylor could have done something different when she was asleep. You know?
She was asleep.
Yeah. So I don't know if you're familiar with the details of the case too much.
Yeah, I don't know the exact details of the case. I just know
they went to the wrong house. They raided the wrong house.
Or did they?
And then Breonna Taylor was asleep. And the police have not been held accountable whatsoever, right? And then the crime that they were after, they already arrested that suspect earlier that day.
Yeah, there's more details to that case I'd have to look into. But this is still a very interesting subject to me, and we can continue talking about it if you'd like to at some other point. We like to give one of these little puzzle pieces to people to remind them of the conversation and to help and to ask them to come back and get another puzzle piece to continue. Yeah, to continue the conversation. We'd love to do that.
Cool. Well, hey, thank you so much.
And Leon, is that right?
Yeah. It was a Reed.
Reed, yeah.
Reed, it was nice meeting you. It was nice chatting with you.
Yeah, nice meeting you. Yeah, feel free to take one puzzle piece and we can come back and get more. If you
okay,
like.
Just take one. Okay,
yeah.
I got you.
And then fill out the set when you come back.
All right, sounds good.
Love it. Thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you.
Have a great day.
So this is going to be posted on YouTube?
Yeah, it was on his YouTube channel and my social media, Facebook and Twitter.
Is the stuff on the card right there?
Yeah, there's on my card there. You'll find it.
Cool. I got a card right here. So.
Amazing.
Appreciate it.
I love it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good day. Interesting. Yeah, that's exactly. Oh, sweet. Oh, well. Yeah. Some new people. I think we're over 4 o'clock anyway. But that's exactly the kind of conversation and topic I want to get better at talking about.
I assumed I was not asking people anymore before. What's your call?
Yeah, feedback on that. I think you should try to quantify how much threat the police is and how many organizations could be considered threats to at least one person. Yeah, I'd love to do a scale of like a threat level. Get a scale for that, and over time. That would be good. Quantify how much threat the police is and how many organizations could be considered threats to at least one person. Yeah. He's talking about discourses, and I'm wearing a new discourses shirt. Yep. It's pretty funny. Hopefully he comes back and we can continue.
I've heard that James of New Discourses, James Lindsay, is voting for Trump, or voted for Trump.
He did, yeah.
Yeah. I did not watch the show in which he said so. Should I?
He did a podcast about it, and I think he did other appearances where he talked about why.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It'd be good for...
He's about the smartest person that I know who's voted for Trump, so darn, I want to hear why.
I think it's about
Trump? No. Or James Lindsay? No, I don't think James Lindsay has significant money.
Yeah, listen to his No.
No, I'm betting that James's reasons were probably pro-social in general and not specifically very.
We never handed you coffee.
Oh.
Not specifically.
It's not
Yeah, we always are making you coffee, so know that you have some.
Okay, great.
In our kit, until you tell us to stop making you one with your recipe. We're going to keep doing it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I listened to his podcast. I think it's called Biden is Not the Room. I think that's a podcast that he talks about it. It's pretty good.
Okay.
Should we wrap up?
We can wrap up.
Want to be over here?
Sure.
You don't have to work with it.
May I have yes. All right, there we go. And now you can have the 5 decibel read bump. May I have Kimberly, would you hand them?
Thank you.
May I have a minute 36 seconds of smooth, wonderful jazz on a vibraphone? Oh, thank you. His blues. Yeah. Oh, and I gotta refresh my thing so I can control. Oh, I've got control now. Creed here is cordial curiosity. The kind of SE that I've been studying for about 4 years now. Learned a lot of my craft from Reed. And then over the year of 2020, it's been a blessed time me learning from him directly. It's so sweet. Go check him out. But you're already watching it. Now, here are 5 of my favorite SE-related YouTube channels. Check them out. They're also on a list of about 15 or more that are on my YouTube channel. You know where to go. If you're really into this street epistemology stuff, check out streetepistemology.com. They are my favorite place where the resources in the community have been gathered together. They are brought to you by Street Epistemology International, who, to a degree, has provided them funding for this show. They bought that microphone right there. Thank you for joining us for this vanilla street epistemology in the park. This has been Echo Park number 6. We're going to see you again next Tuesday. If you would like to be a guest on this show, whether in between and live in the park or on a specific live stream where we're not doing it in the park, that's all good. As long as you're willing to be articulate, polite, willing to show your face. That's apparently negotiable. And willing to stay on a topic that is either an example of street epistemology or about street epistemology or about the about, or how many ever levels of meta you need. If that's the case, I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you later.
Cut the stream! Cut the stream! You know, cut kill it! Make it stop! Goodbye! Run away! Okay, he's gonna make the stream go all the way. Okay, that's fine. Run the stream till the end of the music. That's easy. Happy to hear about that. Oh, I love this music, especially how it ends. Because for me, the last 7 or 8 bars of this music primed me for about 20 or 30 minutes of, ooh, interesting.
Nice.
Bye, YouTube.